Nobody, no crime. Well, not on my time. Eyes are watching, giving victims a voice. Raise your voice from Delphi to Camden, and there will be no more botching. We might not be Dateline, but come along if you want a great time. Grab yourself a glass of wine, and let's talk some true crime. And hey, you'll even have an alibi if you collect evidence in red Solo cups. If your expert says it just did, you might have a problem. We might not be Dateline, but come along if you want a great time. Grab yourself a glass of wine, and let's talk some true crime. And hey, you'll even have an
Hello, everyone. Happy Friday. We made it. Happy Friday and happy streaming day. We're finally going to do the next part of our trial for Skyler Richardson. And thank you so much for joining me. I know you, Paula's mom, have been very much excited about this. So I am happy that you are here with us. Oh, hello, Side Eyes. How are you? And Chastity reminding us that if you ain't first, you're last. Hello. Hi, Rhonda. Rhonda is third. You all get medals and flowers. I can't wait. You're going to get me through the workday. Yes, we are doing it. We are doing it. And hopefully you guys don't have much more of your workday, but we will get you through and also show you some good true crime trials that we like to do. Hello, Mitchell. How are you? Invisible Woman. Hello. I don't recognize your handle, so if you're new here, welcome. Thank you for being here, and we have a great time. Am I the only? Wait. Oh, hello, Peace Geek. How are you? Paula's mom. Am I the only one to be excited about this case? No. This is why I'm re-showing it 6 years later, because I love this case. Well, I don't love this case. In my opinion, she should have been charged, but I love the fact that we can now watch this case and see things from maybe a little different view, because the light was shed on it and it was televised and gotten out there, because the narrative to that county was that she set her baby on fire after she delivered the baby, which we now know is not accurate. And they still went with that narrative at the trial, which to me is disgusting, and there is no excuse for that. And that tells me they don't have a whole lot of evidence if they're still hanging their hat on something that they know is false, and their own expert came back and said, whoa, I was wrong. So yes, I love that we can see it for what it is, and you guys are watching it firsthand and can make up your own decisions for yourself. Invisible Woman said, thank you. Seen you before, but I changed my handle. Amazing. Okay. Well, welcome back. Hello, Miss Jess. How are we? All right. The fire thing was wild. Yes. That was what made me think, like, whoa, monster. And then to come to find out, yeah, it wasn't anything about what they were saying. It was a completely different narrative. And I don't know. That to me is criminal. I don't know how you do that as a prosecutor, as someone who's supposed to wear the white hat, and you're doing that. There's no excuse. So, hello, Priscilla. Welcome. Happy Friday. All right. Well, without further ado, let's begin. So, I could not find any more testimony in trial day 4 where we left off. So, we are going to start on day 5, and I believe it is the dad. Before I start, I want to clarify something. So I know I had been mentioning to you guys multiple times, like, mom's not in the courtroom, and I know how we all feel about mom, and I think that those are valid concerns. However, as I learned from just peeking this, I didn't get to watch most of it, but I wanted to see how far it was going and all of that. Dad says that the reason mom wasn't in the courtroom was because she's subpoenaed by the prosecution. So that's why mom's not in the courtroom. I was making that into something it wasn't. So just so you know, and he'll say it again, but we all know how that goes. That's the same crap that they did to Kelsey's mom in the Kelsey Fitzsimmons trial. They wouldn't allow her in even when she was done with her testimony. They still said, "Oh, we could recall her on rebuttal," so that she couldn't even come in there for the defense's case. So that kind of shenanigans I don't like. So I wanted to make sure that I corrected that. So she did want to be in there, with her daughter supporting her, but she was forced to be in the hallways and stuff like that. So all right, guys, let's see. Again, I think I have this one pulled up. So this one I think I should be able to go to right away and not have any issues. We will see. Bear with me. All right. Oh, I think I have to. Yep. Share screen first. Got it. Okay. All right. Perfect. All righty.
Case of the state of Ohio versus Skyler Richardson, case number 2017 CR 33292. Present before the court is Ms. Richardson, right? Represented by Mr. Rickers. Et al. We have Mr. Knippen, Ms. Kraft on behalf of the prosecutor's office. We are here today for continuation of the trial. Yesterday afternoon, Ms. Richardson, after you were excused by your attorneys, we had some discussions about the case. We went through exhibits. We were on the record. We went through some exhibits. And the attorneys argued some motions which were in part dispositive of some of the counts against you in this case. You have the right to be present for anything that happens in this case, but you also have the right not to be present if you don't want to. So the fact that you weren't there, I'm not sure that your attorneys, maybe they did, realized that we were going to go into as much depth and things as we did. So we have three
Thank
remedies.
you. I forgot to mute my mic. Thank you so much, everyone.
Is that we videotaped everything that happened yesterday on our court system. You can sit and watch that if you want to. And then remedy number 2 is we will go through all of that again in your presence with you here so that you can see, hear, and participate if you would like. The third thing that we can do is confirm that you did, in fact, waive your right to be present for yesterday's hearing, and you just need to affirm that today. Have you talked about this with your lawyers?
Yes, I confirm that I was aware, and so, yes.
Okay, and you chose not to be here yesterday afternoon?
Yes,
And you
Your
were
Honor.
okay with that going forward without you?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, anything else that we need to put on the record before we get our jury? All right, plan is to break about 10 o'clock to work in the witness that is here is to break from 10 to 10:30. That's sort of the plan, right? Okay, all right, Ms. Simone, let's go get our jury. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Was everybody able to follow my instructions and admonitions over last night and into this morning? All right, Mr. Rickers, call your first witness, please.
We call Steuart Richardson.
All right, Mr. Richardson is on the list of the individuals who does not wish to be photographed or filmed.
So in between the parts that we couldn't find if there was any more, the prosecution must have rested. So now it's the defense's case, which is really what we were pretty much interested in anyway at this point. They really weren't showing any kind of evidence or any more kind of evidence as opposed to what they think they have. So now we will see Skyler's dad.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. May I proceed?
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Scott.
Morning,
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Scott Richardson,
And who are you married to?
Kim Richardson.
What's your relation to Skyler?
She's my daughter,
How long have you been married to Kim?
23 years.
Do you have any other children?
Son Jackson,
How old is Jackson?
he turns 18 tomorrow.
Okay. What year is Jackson in school?
He's a senior.
Where do you work?
Town Construction Services in Batavia, Ohio.
And what do you do for town construction?
I'm an accountant.
How long you been working there?
It's about 5.5 years now.
How about before that?
Well, I think you all heard I was with SK Construction for quite a bit of my career.
There's a potential juror that worked at SK.
Correct.
Where do you live now?
Carlisle, Ohio.
And can you describe for us just briefly Carlisle, the community?
It's a small, close-knit town, Midwestern conservative, I guess.
Do you know a lot of people in Carlisle?
Most of them, until recently, it started to grow in population.
The town did?
Yeah.
How about who do you live with?
My wife, Kim,
Okay.
daughter, and son.
Do you have any animals?
We have 2 miniature schnauzers.
Okay. How did you get those 2 dogs?
Well, we sort of inherited them. My cousin passed away in 2014 or 15, and we took them in.
Okay. Is one of the dogs more Skyler's dog?
Well, there's one that's now 15, and there's one that's about 10. The younger dog sort of gravitated to Skyler, and the older dog sort of gravitated to Kim.
Where do the dogs sleep?
Usually in bed with Kim or Skyler. They're small in there.
So what are the dogs' names?
Peanut is the older one. Norman's the younger one.
And who sleeps with Skyler?
Norman,
Okay. And Peanut would sleep with Kim?
most of the time.
I want to go back in time and take you back to when Skyler was born. Where did you live?
We lived in Middletown, Ohio.
All right. Why was that a good spot for your family at the time?
Well, Kim worked in either Franklin or Dayton at the time, and I was working either in Kenwood or Middletown at the time. So it was sort of central.
Where was Skyler delivered?
Middletown Hospital, the old one.
Do you remember who delivered her?
Dr. Andrews.
When the kids were young, just babies, what type of mother was Kim?
She was a doting, loving mother.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 008.
Objection, Your Honor.
Council approach, remove the photograph, please.
Where did you live back then?
We moved from Middletown to, it was a Springboro mailing address, but a Franklin School District area, Dearth Road, right off of 123.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to observe Kim around the kids when they were young?
Yes.
And how was she as a mother?
She was just always, don't know how else to describe it. She was just always trying to take care of them, doing the best she could.
How many years apart are Skyler and Jackson?
About 1.5 years.
Okay. When they were young children together, when Skyler was 2 and he was just an infant, how were they together? How was she to him?
She's always loved her little brother.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1. What is that? And about how old are your children there?
Well, that's a typical picture. She's 2.5, maybe 3. Jackson's less than 1, I would say.
Okay, where was that photo taken?
I believe that was at the house in the one we just discussed, Franklin Springboro area.
Okay. I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit marked as 002.
Your Honor, would you just note for the record the state's continuing objection to all of these photographs?
Noted.
What is that a picture of, Scott?
It's roughly the same time frame, same house.
Okay. Was that common for Skyler to be always touching and loving on her brother?
Absolutely.
How was your relationship as a father when Skyler was just a little kid?
She was Daddy's little girl.
I'll show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 003. Do you remember when that was taken?
Yeah, she was less than 1 at that point, I believe. This is our house when we were still in Middletown.
Okay. What's she have in her hand there?
A book,
Skyler like to read?
always.
Show you 004. Do you know approximately how old you might have been in this photograph?
Well, she was under 1, so that was 19 years ago. I was about 43.
Okay. Was it common for you to spend a lot of time with Skyler when she was young, around this age?
Yes.
Defendant's Exhibit 005. Where was that?
That was the house on Dearth Road, Springboro, Franklin.
How old was Skyler there?
She would have been a little over 2, I believe.
Okay. Where were you working at the time?
That was when I was with SK.
SK? 006. How old's Skyler here?
I think that's around the same age, maybe a little older. I got that T-shirt for when I went to a NASCAR race with some of the people I worked with. It was Powder Puff Girls, and she loved the Powder Puff Girls.
The one that's on her head?
No, the shirt.
Oh, that she's wearing.
That's her little blankie thing that she has on her head.
Okay. When Skyler was young, and I'm talking, 2, 5, she was growing up, was she into sports?
She tried.
What sorts of sports did she try when she was young?
Well, I know she played softball, but she tried soccer. She liked tennis, but never played on a team or anything.
Why, if you know, did she like softball, do you think?
Oh, partially because her mom was a really good softball player, and she just wanted to do what the other kids were doing, I believe.
I'm going to show you a picture of her with a baseball bat in her hand. This is 007. What's that a picture of?
That's her practicing in our backyard when she was about 2.
Okay. Did she play softball when she was older, high school years?
She played up until high school, and then once she got into high school, the cheer was almost year round, so that was where she spent most of her time was cheer.
Growing up in Carlisle, how can you tell us a little bit about your extended family and Kim's extended family and how close they lived to you all?
Well, Kim's family is actually mostly from the Carlisle area. My family's just not too far away in West Middletown, so we spent a lot of time with all of them.
Kim grew up in Carlisle?
Yes.
Go to Carlisle schools?
Yes.
What did you guys, as a family, I'm talking about your immediate family, you and Kim, Jackson, Skyler, did you have occasions where you'd always see extended family? Were there set times when you'd see them?
Well, every major holiday.
Okay. What were some of the family traditions for holidays as the kids were growing up?
Well, Easter, we'd always either go to church, eat, and have a Easter egg hunt, or sometimes we would just get together at my grandparents' or grandparents', but we always got together, and the kids were with all their cousins.
Were there kids of different ages at those events?
Yeah, from babies to 10, 12 years old at all times. The ranges were They all grew up together.
How was Skylar with the younger kids at those holiday events?
They always gravitated toward her. She was just very loving and kept them entertained.
I'm going to show you a picture 0010. When was this taken?
Oh, that was Easter, and that's her with her little brother.
What was the Easter tradition at your family?
Well, like I said, I think in this case, we went to church, then we went to her mom's for dinner, and then they had a big Easter egg hunt. And then sometimes we would go from there to my grandmother's house.
About how many kids would be around her at these extended family events?
A dozen or more.
I'm going to show you 009. When was this taken?
That was Christmas prior to that Easter. That's her with her older cousin Savannah, cousin Chase, and then her brother Jackson,
Which one's Jackson?
the goofy looking one on the end.
And at these events, what was the Christmas tradition? How many kids would she be around then?
Well, we would do different things with different sides of the family, but my grandmother, when she was still alive, everybody on that side of the family would come together. And then always with Kim's side of the family, we would go to either her mom's or her brother's, and all of them would come together. So in both cases, there would be a dozen or more kids there.
Okay. And with Skylar, I mean, we saw a picture with, was that Savannah in the picture?
Yes.
Was she close with family members?
Yes.
You mentioned cheer earlier, that Skylar didn't play softball. She got into cheering. When did she start getting into cheering?
Well, she cheered all through, like when third grade, I think it started with Pee Wee.
Okay.
But then 7th and 8th grade, it became a school event. So it took up a little more time. And by high school, not only was she doing the high school cheer, she was doing some competitive cheer at the GTCO.
What did Skylar like about cheer?
Well, she was into gymnastics, tumbling, and the teams usually had a range of kids, and she just enjoyed being around other kids.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1515. What is it? This is a photograph, a screenshot that we got off Facebook. What is that a picture of, and about how old is Skylar?
I think that was 7th grade, so she'd have been about 12. And this is the GTCO, I can't remember, Gymnastic Training Center in Franklin. She was on a team, and then the little girl next to her was in what they called the Rainbows. She volunteered to help with the special needs team.
Why?
She liked being around those kids, and even at that age, I think she early on thought she wanted to work with kids.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 0016. What is this a picture of?
That's that same rainbow team, I think the next year at a competition.
How often would Skylar help out with rainbows?
Well, they usually practiced at least once a week during the season, and maybe an extra one when they had a competition. So if they practiced, she was there.
Do you see Skylar in this photo? I don't know.
I don't. She would have been in the back somewhere, because that's all the competitors themselves.
Okay. About how often would she help with rainbow cheer? Did you just answer that?
Yeah, once a week or more if they had a competition.
Did she have to do it? Did you or Kim push her toward it?
No, that was totally up to her. She volunteered.
About when did you first notice her problems with eating?
Well, looking back, I know it started when she was about 12, but I don't think I really noticed until she was in the 8th grade.
Okay, so how old would Skylar have been in 8th grade?
I think she turned 13, 14, in that range.
And when you say looking back, you think it was around 12. What sorts of things first kind of clued you in that she might have a problem with her eating?
Well, she started hiding food in her room. I mean, just, it was like it's hard to describe it. Her weight started to fluctuate, and she didn't eat normally around us. And she was overly concerned with how much the caloric intake.
At some point, did you and Kim get concerned enough where you got her in treatment?
We tried several different things. She was first to a dietitian, nutritionist, because we thought maybe that was her concern. And there was Children's Medical Center, several therapists. It was just nothing really seemed to help, and we just kept trying to do what we could.
And this was as early as what grade do you think she first might have started treatment?
I think it was 8th grade.
Was she having problems in 8th grade? And I'm not going to get into detail, but in addition to the eating disorder?
Yes.
Can you briefly just expound upon that, what you know?
It was a uncomfortable relationship, and there was some bullying.
Did Skyler, was she confrontational? Did she stand up for herself in that situation?
No.
So her weight, I think you just mentioned that she fluctuates. She go up and down
Right.
since about junior high school.
Yeah, I think that's when it started.
I'm going to show you a side-by-side photograph here. The jury's already seen it. It's marked as 0013. As far out as it goes. When was the photograph on the left taken?
That was the summer before her sophomore year.
And so that would have been about what year? 14?
Sounds about right.
When was the photograph on the right taken?
That was later during the school year.
So that would have been within 6 months or so.
Yes,
That selfie photograph on the right.
correct.
Do you have any idea how much weight she lost in those few months?
Probably 30 pounds, if not more.
Do you personally know that, or you're just guessing?
I'm just guessing. That was not my expertise.
Okay. I'm going to show you photograph 14. It's a Skyler in a bathing suit. Do you know when this was taken?
I think this was the summer the following year.
Okay, so she's back up again in weight
Yes.
compared to the picture on the right. In junior high, did she continue her interest in hanging out with kids? Did she like kids in high school even?
Yeah.
Show you a picture 0017. How old is Skyler here in this photograph?
That was sophomore year basketball season, so I think she would have been about 15.
Okay, so this would have kind of coincided with the photograph, the side-by-side with her on the right, correct?
Correct.
It would have been middle of sophomore year. She's, again, down in weight a little bit. And who's the little girl with Skyler without using her last name since?
Chloe.
Okay. Sticking on her weight fluctuations, I'm going to show you a picture that I believe is junior year, but tell me if you know when this photograph was taken.
Yeah, I believe that's correct because that was her brother's birthday. He was not yet in high school, and she was getting ready for a football game.
So and they're actually, I just noticed their dogs in the photograph.
Yeah, that's Norman down there by Jackson's feet, and that's Peanut's head sticking up from the bottom of the photo.
Okay, and those are the two dogs you already talked about.
Yes.
When do you think this was? Was that a football or basketball cheer?
This is looks like football cheer.
So what year was she there?
I believe this is going into junior year.
Okay, so she would have been up in weight sophomore summer, down in weight sophomore year, and then back up again going into junior year.
Sounds right.
Okay. We know that this is well before pregnancy, right?
Yes.
When Skyler was at games, whether it be her games or Jackson's games or just the Carlisle, did you guys go to Carlisle sporting events?
Oh, yeah.
What types of sporting events did you go to?
Well, I mean, when they were younger, she cheered, and my son played Pee Wee football, and then he played CBA baseball, and she played ponytail softball.
And your family would go to those games?
Yes.
Did you go to Friday night football game?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 0023. Is this the same little girl that we just saw?
Yes, it is.
All right. What was Skylar's relationship with? Her name's Chloe.
Chloe.
What was her relationship like throughout high school? How old's Skylar here?
That was sophomore, so she probably would have been 15.
Okay. And did she continue to see and have a relationship with Chloe? How did that come about?
So Chloe is Shane's daughter, family friend who had a son the same age as Skylar. He also had a son the same age as Jackson. So we were at sporting events together all the time. And every time we were, Chloe would run to see Skylar.
And are you aware of what sorts of things they do together at the games? This is at Skylar's brother's games, Jackson's.
Correct.
So Jackson's 2 years younger in school or 3?
Just about 2.
So he's a senior this year.
Yes.
He's graduating 2020
20.
and Skylar was 17.
Right. So 3 full years, but they're 2 years. You get me confused. She was born in 99. He was born in 2001. She was born in March. He was born in September.
So she wasn't cheering at his baseball games.
No. She was there, probably as bored as Skylar, so they kept each other entertained.
Okay. What sorts of things did they do together that you saw?
She usually brought coloring books and candy just to keep them happy and quiet.
Mr. Wickers, I apologize for
Yes,
interrupting.
Joe.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you're hearing right now is sort of what we refer to as general character evidence. And normally, I do not allow general character evidence for anybody other than the character of the defendant. Ms. Richardson is allowed to present evidence of her good character or a pertinent trait of her character in order to demonstrate to you that on the date in question that she acted in conformity with this good character and did not commit the crimes with which she is accused of. And you are permitted to consider the issue of good character for this purpose, not for the purpose of garnering any sympathy or that you may feel sorry for her. I'm going to allow the testimony of her father with regard to the observations of the eating disorder, also for the limited purpose of explaining why she may have acted a certain way. Again, not for the purposes of garnering any sympathy. Mr. Rickers, I apologize for the interruption. You may continue.
Your Honor, would you be willing to instruct the jury that the prosecutor is also allowed to attack her character now if they so chose with other people?
The character of the defendant is now an issue in the case.
Thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as photograph 0029. When was this taken?
So this was at what we have a tradition called the pigskin preview. It's before the school year starts. This is prior to her senior year. She was a football cheerleader and Chloe was a peewee cheerleader. They all get together. And of course, Chloe gravitated to Skylar.
How old was Skylar here?
She would have been 17.
What month and year?
It's August. It's generally right before school starts.
August of 2017?
Right.
Skylar's senior year, what is Pee Wee cheer? Did Skylar help out with that?
Yeah. Well, we
What
have a peewee program from 3rd till 6th grade. And the 7th grade, it becomes a school function. So it's all just it's not a school function until the 7th grade. So before that, it's peewee. They have both football and cheer.
What did Skylar do for work her senior year?
She worked at the Atrium YMCA in Middletown and what they call Child Watch.
Did you or Kim tell her she had to work at Atrium Middletown Child Watch?
We did not.
If you know, why did she work there?
She liked being with kids, and it was a side benefit that she could work out at the Y.
Did you and Kim get a text message from Skylar from work at one point?
Yes.
And what is this? Can you describe this for the jury? When you received it approximately?
Well, we believe it's January of, it was winter of 17-18 when she was a senior. And this is her with a baby that fell asleep in her arms.
I'm going to go back to August of 2017. Okay?
Okay.
Skylar's getting ready to start her senior year of high school.
Yes.
And you mentioned, is it called the Pigskin Preview or Classic?
Pigskin preview.
Okay. This is a full body shot of Skylar. And this would be, I can't zoom out anymore, but I'm apologizing. I'm cutting your face up here. I want a full body shot. This is Skyler in August of 2017, correct?
Correct.
And how do you know that?
Because of the event.
Okay. And this is marked as Defendant's Exhibit 0018. And what is that event? Pigskin Preview.
It's just a showcase of, every little kid that participates in any of the football, Pee Wee or high school, gets to run out the field.
Okay. So that would have been either right before she got pregnant or right after she got pregnant, August 2017, this photograph.
Correct.
The 2016.
Oh, 2016, sorry.
Yes.
26, before she started senior year.
Yes.
That's what I was going to say. Your dates weren't matching.
Sorry, right before she started senior year.
Yeah.
Okay. In high school, we talked a little bit when Skylar was younger. When she was in high school, how was her relationship with her brother?
Good. They were always together and friendly. There was no animosity between the two.
Did they do things together?
Yes.
He would have been, when Skylar was a senior, Jackson would have been
Freshman.
a freshman. I'm going to show you 0019. What's this a photograph?
I believe this is October 2016. The two of them went with their aunt and uncle and cousins to a Miami University football game.
Okay. Which aunt and uncle?
Jay and Vanessa Ballwig.
Okay. We're still senior year, okay?
Okay.
At some point, senior year, Skylar starts dating Brandon Saylor.
Yes.
And do you remember about when?
I think it was around January of her senior year.
So that would have been January 2017.
Yes.
What do you think about Brandon?
He's a good kid.
You know his mom and dad?
Yes.
How'd you get to know him?
Well, we started going to the baseball games and stuff and sitting with them because we were there together.
Okay. Good family?
Very good family.
I'm going to take you to February 2017, Skylar's senior year. I'll show you a photograph. Jury's already seen part of this. I can't turn this Elmo, but this is a photograph of a prom dress that we've seen. When was this taken?
Well, it's February 2017. That's when she picked it out.
Okay. Do you remember where that was taken?
There was some dress shop they like to go to in Columbus.
Okay. So this is the dress she ultimately wore for prom.
Correct.
And this is February of 2017, correct?
Correct.
3 months before prom.
Correct.
Okay. Who'd Skylar go up there with?
Her mom and probably Savannah and Vanessa.
In March, was there a spring break that Skylar went down to? We've already heard some testimony about it.
Yes.
And Brandon was down there, correct?
Correct.
Why was he down there?
Well, the baseball team goes down there for a spring break tournament.
And where? Are we talking what state?
It's in Florida.
Okay. And what time of year was this? Skylar's senior year in Florida.
I think it was March or whenever spring break is. So yeah, March, April timeframe.
Okay. Skylar and Brandon didn't go together. They went separately with their own families, right?
Correct.
But they hung out when they're down there.
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 0026. The Skylar in, can you tell us what this photograph depicts?
Skyler and Brandon on the beach.
And when was this photo taken?
Would have been that spring break, March or April, whenever it was.
Of her senior year of high school.
Correct.
So this would be 2 months before a month and a half before she delivered this
Correct.
bikini picture. In May, are you aware Skylar wore the exact same prom dress that she had tried on in February to prom?
Yes.
What's this a picture of?
That's Brandon and Skyler at our house before prom.
Okay, what date was this, if you know?
Whatever the date of prom was, May 6th,
Okay, 5th.
5th. Yeah, 5th. I'm sorry. That's right.
Do you remember the day of the week?
Would have been a Friday.
Okay. I'm going to show you a side-by-side. It's already been displayed. But can you tell us what this side-by-side depicts?
Yeah, that's picture when she was first trying on the dress, and that's the same dress when she went to prom.
All right. And this is Defendant's Exhibit 0025 for the record. To the best of your knowledge, are those dates correct? February 15th of 17 and May 5th of 17?
Yes.
So less than 3 months apart.
Yes.
All right, I want to take you back to July 14th, first time Skyler's interrogated, okay? Tell me what happened when you got home from work that day.
It was a Friday afternoon, and I had taken a half a day, gotten home early. I pulled in the driveway. Detective Fain, another Warren County detective, and then the Katie Gee from Carlisle were at the house.
Okay. Did you know why they were there?
No idea.
Did you talk to them?
They approached me and said they needed to talk to my daughter about something she may have witnessed.
Okay. And what did you do next?
I called Skyler and told her she needed to come home.
Okay. Where was she?
She was at her grandma's house with Brandon and his little sister swimming.
Okay. Did you think Skyler might be in a lot of trouble?
I didn't think at all because of the way she was, and I was told at least a few times that she wasn't in any trouble at all.
Okay. Did you ultimately take Skyler down to the Carlisle police station?
I did.
And how'd she get there?
I drove her.
What did you tell her anything on the way to the police station?
I assumed, based on what I was told, that they were going to ask her about something she may have witnessed. So I told her to tell the truth, to make sure she didn't make anything up, and to cooperate.
Did you teach Jackson and Skyler to respect the police and authority?
I mean, we always thought that that's what we should do.
When you arrived at Carlisle Police Station, you did arrive there, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit R. What's that a picture of?
The door to the police.
That's Carlisle Police Station.
Yes.
And then you walked inside. I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit C. Can you just tell us what this is a picture of?
Just inside the door.
Okay, and that's like a window that you talk through, double pane. Was anyone in it that day, or was it empty like this?
It was fairly empty.
Okay. You kept going, Defendant's Exhibit G. What is this a picture of?
That's the interrogation room.
Okay. When you first got there on July 14th, did you or Kim, was Kim there?
Not at first. She was still at work.
Okay. When did Kim ultimately arrive?
Well, I called her and she came there and on her way home from work.
Okay. And after the interrogation, you ultimately went inside that room, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit F. What perspective is that?
I believe that's the door at the side of the interrogation room.
How you'd enter it?
Yeah.
Do you remember that day waiting outside the interrogation room with your wife?
Yes, I do.
The interrogation tapes have been cut down a little bit. How long were you waiting, to the best of your recollection, outside that room?
It seemed like forever, but I think it was at least 2 hours.
Okay. Before you went in.
Correct.
When you ultimately went inside the room and you watched it in here, and you'd seen it before that, right?
Yes.
By the way, did you know that you were being continued to be recorded when you went back in that room?
I did not.
Did Kim or Skyler?
No, we were not told.
How surprised were you when you found out that your daughter had been pregnant?
Very.
That she delivered a baby and buried her in the backyard?
We were in shock.
You said some things in the interrogation. You said, why did you lie to us? Why did you lie to us? Can you tell us what you meant by that?
Well, we didn't know she was pregnant, and we had struggled with the whole eating disorder since she was 12, 13 years old, where she wasn't telling us what was going on.
Do you know why she didn't feel comfortable enough coming to you and saying she was pregnant?
I wish I did.
At the time when you were questioning Skyler, did you know that the doctor had told her that she had 10 weeks before she would deliver?
I didn't know that.
What would you and Kim have done if Skyler had delivered a live baby and come downstairs with a live baby?
We would have taken it into the family.
Would you have been mad?
I think we would have been in shock, and we probably would have been angry, but
If she had told you that she was pregnant immediately on April 26th, as soon as she found out, how do you think Kim and you would have reacted?
angry then shocked.
After that interrogation, so after you find out the information that we all saw in here, what are you thinking at that point?
We didn't know what to think, but we believed her. We didn't expect anything to come of it. And matter of fact, we were told that there wouldn't have been really anything. I think he said no significant charges is what he said.
6 days later. So, well, actually, in between that time, so July 14th was the first interrogation, correct?
Correct.
And the 20th was the second.
Yes.
Did you have Lieutenant Fain's cell phone?
He gave me a card at that first interview with his cell phone on it.
And at some point in between those two dates, did you and Skyler and your family start making arrangements to try to do a more formal burial and memorial service for Annabelle?
We did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as, has not been marked. I'm going to mark it as Defendant's Exhibit JJJ. J, 4 J's. While they're looking at that exhibit,
Do you have any other exhibits?
no, I don't. What information did you relay to Lieutenant Fain about Skyler's desire to have Annabelle back and have a proper memorial and burial?
Well, I believe we've been told that we could expect to get the remains back. So I asked him if that was still the case and when we might be able to do that so we could make arrangements.
Okay. Did you ultimately get them back?
No.
Can we approach on this?
All right. So, bye bye.
Speakers, you may continue.
Oh, that was a quick one. Okay.
July 20th. Can you tell us how you ultimately why'd you bring Skyler back to Carlisle Police Station?
Detective Fain called me, said that he had just a few more questions and could we bring her down to the station.
Okay. Why didn't you get her a lawyer?
I was told I didn't need one.
Did you ever think your daughter would be facing a serious charge?
I did not.
Did you tell Skyler anything on the way to the police station that day?
Same thing, just tell the truth.
Was Skyler trusting of authority figures like teachers and principals and police officers?
She was. She is.
Did you know at the time, back on July 20th, that police were allowed to lie to you or your daughter?
I did not know that. I wouldn't have believed it if he told me back then.
Did you ultimately know what temperature? I'm going to talk to you about May 7th, between 1 and 3 in the morning. Do you know what temperature it was on May 7th?
I can't recall that.
May I approach, Your Honor? This is a something that's been stipulated to, if you flip on the second or third page. Scott, both the prosecutor and defense agreed to this exhibit. It's a National Weather Service report. Can you tell us between 1 and 3 in the morning the temperature outside?
It looks like it's between 36 and 41, or 35 and 41 degrees.
And there are wet bulb temperatures, everything like that on there, right?
Correct.
This has been marked as Defense Exhibit Z for the record. The prosecutor talked to some witnesses about, a lot of witnesses about the bed being moved around. You recall that?
Yes.
I'll show you a photograph. It's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit Triple Q. What's that a picture of?
That's Skyler's bedroom.
All right. What is this a picture of? This is Defendant's Exhibit L.
That's also her bedroom
And when was that?
after they searched it.
Defendant's Exhibit M. What's this a picture of?
Still her bedroom after they searched it.
Defendant's Exhibit N. What's this a picture of?
Same answer.
Defendant's Exhibit O. Do you know what that is a picture of?
Still her bedroom after the search.
How many times did they search?
Well, they were inside the house just that one time for a search.
They ultimately do 3 searches around your property.
Correct.
Was it common for Kim or Skyler or you to change the decor in your home?
Kim and Skyler. Not me. I got to move it. I didn't really want to do that.
Why, around the time, by the way, where's Skyler's bed now? Is it on the same bedroom wall?
It's just flipped almost opposite of where it was in that picture now.
Why at the time did your family decide to move things around in the house?
Well, what that had been through, they just wanted to change things up. We'd also moved some furniture downstairs as well as the bed.
Okay.
So just going to pause it here for a second. They're making such a big deal about the fact that her bed was moved and things were different. That is such a common thing for, like, especially, I mean, hell, I do that now too. I'm like, hey, would this look better over here? And I'll try it out for a couple days. But especially for like a teenage girl to switch up your bedroom, and whether it's some decor or the arrangement of your bed or whatever. I mean, this is the type of evidence that they have against her. I mean, this is not evidence. This is ridiculous. So yeah, it's just same type of witch hunt, basically trying to make it nefarious and all of that. So, all right.
We've seen pictures of lighter fluid in here. Why do you have lighter fluid at your house?
Well, we occasionally have bonfires. I built a small fire pit outside the house off the deck.
Have you ever seen Skyler light a fire?
Never.
Why'd she have a lighter in her room?
Candles.
Does Kim burn them too? Candles?
Yes.
We saw a photograph that the state presented of, and you've been in the court the whole time, correct?
Correct.
And we saw a photograph of bleach bottles. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Empty bleach bottles. By the way, this was 2.5 months after May 7th, right?
Correct.
And there were margarita mix bottles in that bin. You remember that?
Yes.
Was that a recycling bin? What was that bin?
It's just a storage bin where I kept empty containers. I used them for target practice.
What did you do with them specifically, and where did you take them?
Well, we fill them full of water, and my father has property in Butler County off Wayne Madison Road where it's safe to shoot.
So that bin in the photograph, it was gray,
Yes.
had a little bit of rust on it.
Yes.
You know, how long do you think that piled up, the bleach and the margarita mix?
Months.
What would happen in your house if there was a strange noise with the dogs or with you in the middle of the night?
Well, the dog, Norman, the younger one, has very good hearing, and he would go berserk.
And in fact, that was one of the things that you remember on the interrogation where you said there's no way there's a live birth
Yes,
because the dog would have gone nuts.
yes,
Is Norman the one that sleeps with Skyler?
yes.
In the home, that upstairs bathroom, does that share a wall with another room in the house?
Jackson's bedroom.
And that would be on the north side of the bathroom?
Yes,
What about Skyler's room? Does that share a wall with Jackson's bedroom?
yes,
The hallway in between Skyler's bedroom and bathroom, does that share a wall with Jackson's bedroom?
yes.
The jury's going to see here in a little bit of virtual tour of the home where they can walk through it online. You have a open floor plan in your home?
Yeah.
Why hasn't Kim been in the courtroom since the start of the trial?
She was subpoenaed by the prosecution, and therefore she's not allowed to be in the courtroom. But she's been here every day.
Were you aware that she was cheering Skyler on to lose weight?
I was not.
You aware that she was doing it when Skyler was a sophomore and Skyler sent her selfies in the mirror when she was a sophomore in high school?
I was not.
What's the biggest regret in your life, Scott?
Not having an attorney for the second interrogation.
What, if you could tell the jury one thing about Skyler before you get off the stand, what would it be?
She would never hurt another living being, let alone a baby.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Knippen, you may inquire.
As that should be his biggest regret. I'm glad he learned.
Good morning, sir. It was clear from watching the interrogation tapes that you love your daughter very much, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And if she would have come to you on April 26th after her appointment with Dr. Andrew and told you that she was pregnant, I believe you testified with Mr. Rickers that you would have been shocked. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
And you would have been a little angry,
yes,
but you would have dealt with it, right?
correct.
And you would have made sure that if she was told to go back in for an ultrasound the next day, you and your wife would have made sure that she made that ultrasound appointment, right?
We would have done whatever we needed to do.
And if she was told to schedule another appointment within the next week to start prenatal care, you guys would have made sure that she followed through with that as well, right?
Yes,
And during that time period after you found out that she was pregnant, you would have made sure that appropriate steps were taken to prepare.
I'm going to object to the prenatal care comment. It has nothing to do with the charges at hand.
Overruled.
And after that time period, if she would have came to you and told you that she was pregnant, you would have made sure that the appropriate steps were taken to make sure that you guys were all prepared, that you had the necessary supplies in the house. Is that fair to say?
yes,
That baby wouldn't have wanted for anything. You would have made sure that all of that was provided for had she come and told you, in fact, that she was pregnant. Is that fair to say?
yes,
And let's go to the middle of the night on May 7th, when she was going into labor. If she'd have came down to you, even if she hadn't told you that she was pregnant up until that point, if she'd have come and woken you and Kim up and told you that she was pregnant and that she needed help, you guys would have given it to her, wouldn't you?
yes,
You would have driven her to the hospital if necessary.
yes,
You would have called an ambulance.
yes,
You'd have done whatever you could to make sure that your daughter and her daughter were safe. Is that fair?
yes,
And if that child came out in distress, if there appeared to be issues with the child, you would have done whatever you could to make sure that that child was going to be okay. Is that right?
yes,
But that night, in the middle of the night, you never heard a sound. Is that right?
that's correct.
And Jackson never heard a sound. Is that right?
Far as I know.
That helps the defense.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything else for this witness?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson.
So again, real stupid thing to end on, that the fact that he never heard a sound, her brother next door to him, next door to her, didn't hear a sound. Yeah, that goes along with what they're saying, that the baby was stillborn. It wasn't alive. It was not breathing. It was not crying. That was what he got up there to cross-examine him on. Good job. You helped the defense. That's crazy. All right, let's see what we got here. Let's see who's next or what is next.
Maybe go until 10:30. So let's plan on being back here around that time, ready to go. Remember the things that I have previously told you, even though we're taking a little bit of a longer break, do not.
All right, let me get the next video. I think that concludes that one. All right.
You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Is everybody able to follow my instructions and admonitions over our break last night and into this morning? I apologize that we are a little bit late getting started this morning. We didn't want to do anything to interfere with our 9/11 memorial that is going on across the parking lot. Mr. Rickers, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. Chris Curry.
This witness is somebody who has indicated that they do not wish to be videotaped or photographed.
Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I swear.
You may proceed.
Mr. Curry, can you please state your full name for the record and spell your last?
Christopher David Curry, Curry.
And how old are you?
I am 50 years old.
Do you have family?
I have 2 children, a son and a daughter.
And where do you work?
I am a senior English teacher at Carlisle High School.
How long have you been a teacher?
24 years.
And how long have you taught at Carlisle?
The last 21 years.
What do you teach? You said senior English teacher?
I do. I teach standard senior English, which most kids teach or take. And then I teach a dual credit college class, which would be English 101 and 102.
Can you tell us when you first met Skyler?
I did. It was in August of 2016 on the first day of school.
What year would she have been at that time?
She would have been entering her senior year.
Okay. And after that point, August 2016, going into her senior year, how often would you see her over the course of the next 9 months?
I would have seen her every day. She had good attendance. The college class, I try to model after a regular college class. So we met in the classroom Monday, Wednesday, Friday for classwork. And then on Tuesdays and Thursdays, we would go to the writing lab where students would work on their essays and then conference with me on their writing. So I would have seen and spoke to her every day.
Did you, every school day?
Every school day.
Your Honor, I'm hearing a little feedback. I don't know if the jury hears that or not. Did you have occasion to work one-on-one with Skyler during her senior year of high school?
Yeah, quite often on those Tuesdays and Thursdays when we were in the writing lab, students have the opportunity to come and talk to me about their writing. And of all the students that I had that year, I met more with Skyler than any other.
Okay. Is there anything, you're aware of the charges in this case, correct?
I am.
Is any of the essays that Skyler wrote, anything pertinent stand out to you?
Well, we wrote a lot that year, 7 full essays, at least 30 or more weekly journals. So she wrote on a variety of topics, but the only one that stood out and still does to this day is that she wrote an essay on her struggles with her eating disorders that she had had prior to that. And she and I met quite often about that essay.
Did you talk to Skyler when you met one-on-one? Was that Tuesday, Thursdays?
Yes.
I mean, you were sitting very close to her during that school year, correct?
Yeah, at the same table.
Did you talk to her about more than just the schoolwork on some occasions?
I did, especially about that essay. Issues that I had with it is I wanted her to move beyond just the plot of what happened and dig a little bit more into maybe some of the emotional impact or motivation. I always want to push them that their writing is a good reflection of themselves. So we talked quite a bit about that issue in particular and the way she felt about it.
Sorry.
Maybe if you could just scoot back from the
Am I
microphone
too
just a
close?
little bit.
Okay, I'll use my teacher voice.
I think we're okay.
Okay.
Mr. Rickers, you might do the same. Just
Step back a little.
back a little bit because we're hearing you okay, but I don't know where the feedback's coming from.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Mr. Curry, did you and Skyler speak at all about things that were not school related, like family?
Yeah, we did. We did. To help engage with my students, I will speak and talk about my kids quite a bit, especially my youngest daughter. She is a person with autism, so she's a bit of a character, and I used to like to tell stories about her. And Skyler seemed to take a particular interest in her and her life. If my daughter had a choir concert on Tuesday, first thing when I saw Skyler on Wednesday, she would want to know, how did it go? Did I have any pictures? If we saw a much anticipated movie over the weekend, she would want to know, did my daughter enjoy it? Did she get her popcorn? So she and I talked about, particularly my daughter, quite a bit.
Being a teacher at Carlisle High School and being a teacher for 24 years, how many students do you think you've taught over the years?
I at least 3,000 and probably more than that easily.
And you've been with Carlisle for more than 20 years.
I have.
Do teachers meet and discuss other students at times?
Yeah, quite a bit. Yeah.
During your time as a teacher at Carlisle and knowing Skyler, have you had the ability to form an opinion regarding her reputation among all the other teachers at Carlisle?
I have, yes. She was known to be a hard worker and someone that always followed the rules and did what she was told in class. She was one of those students that you wish you had 25 more of them in class. And she had that reputation amongst everybody.
Could you gauge how much respect she had for authority figures like teachers or principals?
Yeah, I mean, in general, I mean, that was the reputation she had. Specifically, I knew that for a fact just with my relationship with her. If I made a critique or a comment on an essay that she had turned in, I knew for a fact that that was the last time that mistake was going to be made for Skyler. I think that she didn't want to disappoint me and was always wanting to be a good writer and wanted, in my opinion, mattered to her.
How was she, if you know, to other students, her peers?
Yeah, obviously she was well liked and popular, but I know for a fact, sometimes we'd eat lunch and I'd have to go through the student cafeteria. And I noticed on many occasions that she would sit at a table with just one other student. He was also a child on the autism spectrum and many times would be forced to eat alone. They're ghosts in our school. And I noticed on numerous occasions that Skyler would sit down and eat with him so that he didn't have to eat by himself. And, she could have eaten at any table she wanted to, but always would sit and eat with him so he didn't eat by himself.
And you personally saw that on occasion?
You guys, that
On
is so
numerous
sweet.
occasions. Yeah, because, I'm always looking to see who kids are eating with. Lunchroom, cafeteria, that's a viper pit in school, right? And that's where kids struggle to find their place. My daughter struggles with who to eat with at lunch. So when you notice this certain student sitting next to Skyler, the two of them don't go together, but they do in that occasion. And it was well known that she would put money on his account when he didn't have any money left to eat. And it was well known in our school that she had done that a number of times.
You said that you met with Skyler once or twice a week?
Yeah,
Had her in class 5 days a week?
yes.
Did you have any inclination, any sign that she was pregnant?
I did not at all.
Have you seen a full-term pregnant woman?
I have twice, up close.
And Skylar at no point looked full-term.
Not at all.
You've had over 3,000 students. What makes you remember Skylar more than 2 years later? Why does she stand out to you?
Well, most of the students I've had were all really good kids, but they have a tendency to blend together in my memory. It's the nature of the business. You have so many students. You have some that might excel in academics, just be strong students. And then sometimes you have students that are just genuinely good people that care about others. But rarely do you have some that fall into both categories. I can count on one hand the number of students that I had that fell in both those categories, and I remember all of them, and Skyler Richardson was one of them.
Thank you.
One more. No questions.
Thank you, sir. You can step down.
Thank you.
Next witness?
Ashley Brown, Your Honor.
Yeah, that was a good call to not question him. What are you going to say? The kid was a great kid. How are you going to say anything that dirties her up after that? This girl seemed to have a heart of gold. She was a cheerleader, obviously popular, and yet she would sit with one student at a table at lunch who was an autistic boy who had a trouble making friends and often couldn't pay for his lunch, and she would put money on his card. She had a heart of gold. So this is the type of person that we are talking about here, and it's good to see that, because that's not at all how they're trying to portray her on the prosecution side.
And Ms. Brown is also one of our individuals who has requested not to be filmed or photographed.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
You may proceed.
Ashley, please state your full name and spell the last for the record.
Ashley Brown, ASH or LEYBROWN.
Are you nervous?
Yeah.
When did you graduate from Carlisle?
2017.
Your same year as Skylar.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about you now? Where do you work?
I have 3 jobs. In the mornings, I go and take care of a little special needs 11-year-old. I get her ready and put her on the bus. My second job is I work it's called Lovely's Farm Market. It's a little mom and pop shop on the weekends. And then I'm also a softball instructor, so I work with little kids doing hitting and pitching drill.
Is that because you had experience playing softball?
Yes, I've been playing softball since 10 years. I just retired this year, and I went and played in college too.
When did you first move to Carlisle?
4th grade.
And when did you first meet Skylar?
Around 5th grade.
You two became friends.
Yes, we did.
And throughout school, from 5th grade, how old were you in 5th grade?
10, maybe 11. I don't know.
Did you see Skylar almost daily for
Yes.
really the rest of your life?
Yeah,
How old are you?
20.
Seen her less the past couple years, though.
Yeah, I mean, we still hang out quite a bit on a regular basis, but we're not in school together, so it's not every day.
Okay. Did you have the ability to see Skylar interact with other students in your school?
Yes, I did.
How did she treat other students?
She was always kind to everyone, even the kids that didn't hang out like in our group per se. I would always see like they'd come up to Skylar in class and talk, and you could see like they had a relationship that at the time I didn't even realize she was friends with kids that we didn't all hang out with. Always included everyone.
Did you ever go to like her brother's baseball games or sporting events where she was in the attendance and not cheering?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us about what she would do there?
So obviously watching the game, but there's a lot of time little kids of the brothers playing baseball. And there's one little girl in particular that took a real interest to Skylar, and Skylar took an interest to her. And Skylar would always bring like coloring books or her makeup or try to do stuff that they could do at the game, whether it be them playing to the side or her dressing her up or coloring, or even if they were just actually watching the game, the little girl would sit on Skylar's lap the whole time. And as soon as Skylar would walk up, she'd run to her, and she was attached at her hip the whole time till they left.
Did you two see each other, you and Skylar, outside of school back when you were younger, after you turned 16?
Yeah, we'd hang out on weekends and
Go out to eat?
yeah, go out to eat.
How'd Skylar treat waiters and waitresses?
Very well, honestly. She like after we would eat, and you have all your plates and napkins and silverware. She would like gather all of our stuff, like put all the plates together and get all of our dirty napkins, which is something I never even thought to do, and basically wipe off the table, clean the table, so the waitress would never have to do anything. She wouldn't want to cause the waitress to have to do any more work. Or I've even seen her like where they completely get her food order wrong, and she'd be like, oh my gosh, like, should I tell them? Like, I don't want to bother them. And even if she would tell them, she'd be like, I'm so sorry. I hate to bother you, but like I didn't order this, or this wasn't rice. But again, I'm so sorry. Like, it's no big deal and stuff. So she was always very kind to them.
Skylar, if you could scoot back in your chair just a little bit. I think we're getting a little feedback that might help. That's good. Thank you.
How would you describe her character for confrontation? Was she confrontational?
No.
Were there situations where you and your friends would have to stick up for her if people were mean to her?
Yeah, there's a couple times in particular where girls are bullying her pretty bad, and she just wouldn't stand up for herself at all. And a couple times me and another girl in particular would have to kind of take up for her because she didn't want any problems with anyone and wouldn't stick up for herself.
People pleaser?
Yes,
Prefer to
very much.
tell people what they want to hear as opposed to
Objection.
Overruled. Go ahead and answer if you can.
If there's one word to describe Skylar, it's a people pleaser. She never wants to cause anyone any problem. She always wants to make everyone around her happy, even if that means people she doesn't necessarily like. She won't go out of her way to even stick up to herself for herself.
You're aware she's accused of murdering her baby, are you not?
Yes.
You have an opinion, knowing her all these years, if she has the ability to hurt another human being?
No, not at all. I've never even seen Skylar be mean to another human being. She would never hurt another human being, especially her baby.
Thank you.
Ms. Kraft, remain quiet.
1 second, Your Honor.
Good morning.
So I know we now know, and I'm sure that you know as well, that Skylar, whether you believe that she could have hurt her baby or not, that she did in fact conceal a pregnancy, gave birth in the middle of the night, and then buried her baby in the backyard. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Would you have thought she was ever capable of that until you heard that it happened?
Can you rephrase?
Sure. Until you actually heard what happened in this case, as the facts came out. And again, I'm not talking to you about whether she murdered her baby,
Okay.
just the fact that she would have gotten pregnant, concealed it from her parents, delivered alone in the middle of the night, and then instead of, going to the hospital or calling anyone, taking that baby out to the backyard, digging a pile into the ground or in the ground, and then placing her baby in there. prior to knowing that about her, would you have ever thought that she was capable of that?
I mean, when everything came out, I was shocked. Yes, I was shocked. But I don't know.
Okay.
I don't
No
know,
further
sorry.
questions, Your Honor.
Anything else for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. You can step down. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that that we just got started here this morning, but I'm going to take a break so that I can try to fix our feedback issues that we are having. So don't get too comfortable back there because we're going to try to make some tweaks to our.
Lots of stopping and starting in this trial. Let's see what is next.
Mr. you going to fetch the rest of your team for us, or are they? May be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, is everybody able to follow my instructions over our quick break? All right, Ms. Mullins, please swear the witness.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Dr. Bassman, could you please tell the jury your full name
Yes, I will. My name is Dr. Steuart Bassman.
and what is your professional address?
My professional address is 1955 Mears Avenue, Cincinnati, Ohio.
Are you a psychologist?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury your educational background, please?
Yes, I will. I have a bachelor's degree in philosophy and speech from Brooklyn College, Brooklyn, New York. I have a master's degree in mental health services from the New School of Social Research, New York, New York. And then I have a doctorate in counselor education from the University of Cincinnati, Cincinnati, Ohio.
So being from New York, is that where you got that accent?
Yes.
What notable trainings and or experiences did you have during the time you were becoming a psychologist?
During the time that I was becoming a psychologist, I participated in an intensive internship in conjunction with my master's at the Postgraduate Center for Mental Health in New York City. It was an intensive.
How do we feel about going through his credentials? I'm just knowing that I got like a few hours of sleep last night. And I love the dad attorney. He's just very soft-spoken. And then this guy is obviously going to be not super exciting. So if you guys are cool with it, that I skip through his credentials and get to the meat of his testimony, then maybe we can not fall asleep. Let's see.
Over the past 4 years, and I've been testifying for, yes, I have.
And were you able to obtain a history from Skyler?
Yes, I did.
Dr. Bassman, are you here today to give us your opinions based on your evaluation of Skyler Richardson?
Yes, I am.
Before we get into the basis of your opinion, based on your education, experience, and background, will you please give any and all your opinions today to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty regarding these opinions?
Yes, I will.
And before we get into the basis of your opinions based upon your education, experience, and background, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether Skyler Richardson has a psychological trait or condition whereby she is more susceptible to suggestion by people in authority?
Mr. Richards, I apologize for interrupting your question. Mr. Knippen, Ms. Kraft, did you want to board you the witness on qualifications?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, sorry about that. You can maybe ask your question again.
It's too long. Just kidding. I will ask it again. Before we get into the basis of your opinions, based upon your education, experience, and background, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether Skyler Richardson has a psychological trait or condition whereby she is more susceptible to suggestion by people in authority?
Yes, I do have an opinion.
Can you tell us what that opinion is?
Yes. With a reasonable degree of psychological certainty, it is my opinion that Skyler Richardson suffers from a mental disorder that predisposes her to comply and submit to people in authority.
Doctor, may I approach?
Ma'am?
Thank you. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit FL.
Yes,
Could you tell the jury what we just marked and what I handed to you?
yes, I will. This is a copy, first of all, of my curriculum vitae that outlines my work experience professionally. Second of all, it's a copy that I wrote to
No,
Mr.
I thought we were
Rickers
done with this. Let me,
outlining what I
let me
would
fast forward
testify
this.
about today when I'm in, of the interrogations. To nationally recognized tests in order to come to this opinion.
You mentioned tests that you used in your evaluation, not only of Skyler, but I take it you use it in almost all your evaluations. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what these tests were and what significance they have to your evaluation?
Yes, I can. When someone goes to a physician and they complain of pain, they might be referred for an X-ray, an MRI, blood test, or some other medical test that would give objective information based upon not only the interview or seeing the patient, but also objective data. As psychologists, we do not use X-rays, MRIs, blood tests per se, but what we do is certain standardized psychological tests that have been used for many years. I have chosen these psychological tests because I feel that they give me the most objective information to make sure that what I'm seeing, what I'm understanding is going on in the patient before me is something in a sense that makes sense so that I can understand.
And what test did you give her? And what was this? If you could try to explain those tests in layman terms so we all understand what you psychologists look at.
Yes. The first test that I administered was the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, the second edition. This test has been around for more than 70 years. It's been used extensively. And what this test does, it gives us a computer scoring of certain responses that a person makes in terms of a true and false questionnaire. It has been widely used. In fact, it's the most widely used psychological test in the world. It's objective, meaning that it's not something that I'm doing or that I could influence. It's something that the person takes on their own. It's commonly called the MMPI-2 because it's the second edition. The second test that I administered was the Milan Adolescent Clinical Inventory. This is a test that's used for adolescents anywhere from the ages of 12 to 13 to 19. This test was developed by a theoretician by the name of Milan in terms of helping the practicing psychiatrist, psychologist, counselor, and social worker to understand the person before them by looking at objective data, taking out the subjective, taking out, in a sense, the person's view. This is a very widely used test. The third test is the brief symptom inventory. This is a simple questionnaire that someone fills out in terms of describing their symptoms, depression, anxiety, and things like that. The fourth test is the Beck Depression Inventory. It was named after a psychiatrist who's done extensive research on depression, anxiety, and hopelessness. His name is Aaron T. Beck. So it's called the Beck Depression Inventory, second edition. This other one by him is the Beck Anxiety Inventory. And the third is the Beck Hopelessness Scale. And the reason that we use this test is because frequently people who think of committing suicide have a profound sense of hopelessness. So when someone comes to me, one of the most important variables that I look for, are they suicidal?
So using those tests and the results and the interrogation videos and transcripts, along with her medical history, did that help you arrive at your diagnosis, which was the personality disorder?
Yes, it did.
And doctor, specifically, what information in the interrogation videos stand out to you with regard to your opinion?
In terms of what stands out to me about what I observed, what I read, transpired in the interrogation, was a clear sense of intimidating, attempting to convince Skyler to implant a memory, implant an interpretation of facts in such a way that would incriminate her. And what's most sad about this is Skyler, because of her personality disorder, is not able to protect herself. She was not able to defend herself. So Skyler, because of her personality disorder, has a very difficult time confronting those in authority. She has a very difficult time speaking up for herself. She lives in a state of denial where if you would see her on the outside, you would see a smiling girl, but on the inside, she's emotionally crumbling. So at any sort of confrontation, she disintegrates, she retreats. I observed Skyler. I read in the transcript how Skyler was being manipulated. I saw two of the...
The jury is going to disregard the doctor's commentary about it being sad, but with respect to all other aspects of the testimony, I'm going to overrule the objection. Doctor, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I continue?
Yes.
What I observed is here were two interrogators who took her hand. Here is a young girl who's in a very vulnerable situation, who's under extreme stress, who doesn't know what's going on, who in a sense has learned to believe that the police, the authorities are there to protect her, to keep her safe. And by taking her hand and by continually using leading questions, leading statements, they attempted Skyler to say things that she knew were false.
Objection, Your Honor. Overruled.
To say,
You may continue.
thank you, to say things that she knew in her heart were not true. But because of her personality disorder, she cannot stand up for herself. She cannot protect herself. She was defenseless. And those people that she was looking for guidance, those people that she was looking for to protect her, were not there. In fact, they were attempting to convince her of something that wasn't real.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel approach.
So I'm going to pause it right here. This guy's good. This guy's really good. He's telling us everything. And as you can see, the prosecution doesn't like it. Objecting every 2 seconds, doesn't want that in, doesn't want the jury hearing it. If I had to guess, this is probably exactly what the jury needed to hear to confirm like kind of what they were thinking during that interview, because that interview was extremely manipulative. Yes. So the comment on the screen here is for Zach. Lauren, can you please show my message so Zach sees it? I know he suffered loss recently. My sincere condolences to him. Yes, Zach, we all are sending our thoughts and prayers to you, and we hope that you are doing okay. And so is your friend's family as well. Let me just answer this one. Lauren, you adopted a kitty. I just adopted from a shelter but have to wait 2 more weeks till he's old enough. Aw, so a little one. Well, I didn't so much adopt a kitty as the kitty adopted me. It was an outdoor stray cat that decided it wanted to live on my porch. And so it's a very sweet cat. And long story short, I started to feed it and give it water. And then it told me basically once it was in labor, and I let it in, and she had the babies and the kittens in like a little crate, and they had been inside my house ever since. So the babies are finally adopted out, and I took mom earlier in the week to get spayed and get all her shots, so she will meet the rest of her kitty and doggy sisters tonight. So that's what they were talking about. But that's amazing, and I can't wait to hear about your little baby in 2 weeks. Let's see here. This is not the state's case. Defense, I don't know, for whatever reason, I could not find a video of them saying they rested and the defense taking over the case. So this is the defense's case. I think this is like their 3rd or 4th witness. You are very welcome. Let's see. Okay, Zach says, okay, I'll tell. Oh, no, I don't want to read this. Okay, it was a sandwich. All right, great. All right. Let's see. Okay. All right, good. I was terrified to read any further. I thought it might be something scary. Let's see. Oh, look at that. Just the time he probably could have used that like upbuilding thing. So thank you, dear. The funeral was just a couple hours ago. Well, we're glad that you're here with us, and hopefully we can lift your spirits a little bit. I know that not much you can say when something like that happens. It's terrible. So, but we are here for you. Everyone, giving you our condolences. Kevin from South Boston says he's hungry now. Let's see. Is she doing okay with without the babies? No. Well, now she is. But for like, it was bad. It was bad. Like, I was so stressed because she just was screaming and crying and all that. When I took her to get spayed, that took her mind off things. And, fortunately, they gave her like the pain medicine and stuff. And I don't think she's ever had anything like that before. So she was like sleeping and stuff and calmed down and wasn't doing that. And so it's not been as bad after that. So, and then she'll be out tonight. And so she should be good. So we got through the tough part. So, and the babies are all doing well at their new home. So, Kelly was a prankster with her heart of gold. So there were endless funny stories. It was actually a very nice service. Good. That is good. And, hopefully you have some pictures and all of that to go along with those funny stories. Let's see. Gwen saying, Lauren, you can take a break and go off camera for a bit. We'll be here. Your show last night was awesome. It was so late. And of course I don't sleep, but like I slept in a little bit, like to like 9:30 today, which is a lot for me. So but no, I'm good. I don't think that there's much longer. I think this might be either the final witness or the one before the final witness. And then you have closings and the verdict. So I think we could possibly get to everything today. But this is gonna be a good testimony, minus his CV and credential part. And then potentially closings, and they're gonna be really good. So buckle up, guys. We can probably finish this today, and it's good. Let's see here. I'll be a sandwich tester if anyone wants to practice. Sandwich does sound good. I may have to go off screen to get some lunch here in a little bit, but 9:30, that's like lunch. I watched some of it this morning and laughed my ass off. Well, good. I'm glad you thought it was funny. You got to laugh at the craziness sometimes because, what else are you going to do? The sheer craziness. Okay, let's get back to it. Let's see.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when it comes to expert testimony, you as the jury are the only ones in this case who get to decide whether somebody is telling the truth or is not telling the truth. Sometimes we have expert testimony that is going to help you in that regard, but I do not allow anybody to provide expert testimony about whether or not somebody is being truthful or makes a truthful response. So, Dr. Bassman, if you could be maybe a little more careful in your responses. Ladies and gentlemen, you are to disregard any opinion that this doctor may have provided you with regard to the truth or the veracity of Ms. Richardson, but you can consider the remainder of its testimony for evaluating that. Mr. Rickers, if you could rephrase your question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge, can I ask him to go ahead and continue if he has any more information that he wishes to give to the jury?
That's fine.
The bottom line is, Skyler, because of her emotional makeup, cannot stand up for herself. Because of her emotional makeup, avoids confrontation to all costs. Rather than confront someone, she will retreat into herself, into a very lonely, isolated world. I observed Skyler. I read in the transcript about her being forced fed, about her setting fire to a baby, her being forced fed, about hearing a sound, even though she adamantly said no. And that, in one sense, is remarkable for Skyler to have said no. But unfortunately, she was worn down. And she submitted. And she complied.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
And that is part of her personality makeup, to on the outside comply and submit. And unfortunately, she's been doing this throughout most of her life.
Dr. Bassman, you're aware in your evaluation the texts that Skyler sent to her then boyfriend 5 or 6 hours after she gave birth to the stillborn. Are you not?
Yes, I am.
And I'm specifically referring to that text where she says she's so happy, her belly's flat again. I'm just so happy. What's your reaction to that?
I am not surprised. I'm not shocked. Skyler's one way of dealing with pain is denial. The way that Skyler deals with tragedy is to put it into a compartment, is to hide it away somewhere in her mind. There was a song that was popular in the 1950s, and the name of the song was Smile Even Though Your Heart is Breaking. Smile even though your heart is aching. That's Skyler. What she did, she compartmentalized. She went to a fantasy world. She went to a world where she thought she was in control. And that is synonymous with this personality disorder, denial. Going to a place where you can retreat, a safe place in your mind where you can disregard the tragedy, the trauma, the pain, the suffering, the aching heart, and pretend like it didn't happen.
Doctor, have you counseled other individuals who have this trait of being highly suggestible?
Yes, I have.
Many.
Over 1,000.
What is the significance of having this trait of being highly suggestible as it relates to Brooke Skyler Richardson? If you haven't already told us.
The consequence of this, you cannot stand up for yourself. You cannot deal with confrontation. See, the person with this disorder, again, is terrified of confrontation. They're terrified of being abandoned. They're terrified of being rejected. So they put on a face, they put on a veneer, a demeanor, so you'll like them. So you'll accept them because they're so afraid of being seen as disagreeable. And what happens is they're alone. So even though they can be with people, they're still alone. Last night, I did a group at my office made up of women like Skyler, women who grew up with this particular problem. And in the group as well are men who have exploited women like this. And my goal is to bring these people together so that the women can learn how to stand up for themselves and that the men will learn how to be compassionate, understanding.
Is there something in your evaluation and coming to your opinion, is there something in her past that contributed to this personality disorder?
Yes.
What is it?
First of all, the latest research indicates that there is a biological predisposition towards having certain personality types. There's also research that indicates the way that one is raised. But we focus on the psychological. We focus on what experiences have someone had in the course of their life. Skyler shared with me that at the age of 12,
Overruled.
may I continue, Your Honor? Skyler shared with me when she was 12 or so, she was having insecurity about her appearance, whether she would be liked, whether she would be accepted, typical behavior. I have taught classes on adolescent psychology, typical. But there's another element to this insecurity about her appearance. She even then was vulnerable to being taken advantage of by someone in authority. So a boy started showing her attention. A boy that Skyler looked up to, who Skyler admired. She began to respond, and then he began to abuse her. He began to abuse her sexually.
You may. Ms. Rickers, you may continue.
Dr. Bassman, you were talking about in part of your evaluation, you came across, and I don't think you stated the period, but this was back in 8th and 9th grade that this occurred, correct?
Yes,
And the fact that she had been sexually abused was a part of your considerations in your evaluation.
correct.
And it helps explain that personality disorder, does it not?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Let me ask you, if someone has this type of personality disorder where they're susceptible to people in authority, are they easily controlled by those people in authority?
Yes.
I don't believe I have any further questions.
Ms. Kraft, you may inquire.
See how nice she's going to be.
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
Now, you're here today because you completed a psychological assessment on Miss Richardson, correct?
That is my understanding.
And based on the psychological assessment that you completed, you reached a conclusion that she has a dependent personality disorder.
Yes, ma'am.
And for you, that's an intense fear of displeasing others, receiving disapproval, rejection, being abandoned.
Correct.
Okay. And from that, you then translated that into a fear of authority figures.
I didn't hear the last comment.
From that, you translated it into, or you represented to the jury that that is a fear of authority figures, correct?
I didn't translate it to a fear of, that's part of the dynamics. That's part of the problem.
Okay. And in this case, you're specifically talking about law enforcement.
Yes.
A good portion of your diagnosis of Miss Richardson is based on self-report, correct?
It depends what you mean by a good portion.
Well, when you referenced the 10 hours of interviews
Yes.
and the meeting with her mother, meeting with her father, when you looked at the collateral information separate and apart from the testing, that's self-report, correct?
Correct. Yes, it is.
So with regards to that information, you are reliant upon what is told to you, what they choose to tell you.
Not entirely. Again, it's a holistic. That's why I do psychological testing.
Correct.
To basically get a more comprehensive view.
Correct. But I said separate and apart from the psychological testing, the other stuff is all based on self-report.
Yes, thank you.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And I think you even have a statement in your assessment that says it's not intended to ascertain the veracity of past historical and or factual information, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when Miss Richardson comes to you, she's not, as in the sense of like the groups that you talked about or the patients that you treat, she's not coming to you for treatment. She's coming to you because she's been referred there by her defense attorney to try to determine why she made certain statements in the interview.
Yes.
And I believe you also said in your assessment, your purpose at that time was to try and determine her psychological status and personality characteristics.
Yes, that is correct.
And that psychological status and her personality characteristics are what help you to determine why she may or may not have made certain statements.
Yes.
Now, doctor, this personality disorder, it's not just limited to law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
It's in all aspects of her life.
Yes.
And that would include a fear of rejection or disapproval or abandonment from her mother,
Yes. Her mother. Yes.
her boyfriend,
Yes.
her father,
Yes.
because it's not just law enforcement, it's all interpersonal relationships.
Correct. Correct. It's across the board.
Okay. And I want to ask you that because Your Honor, may I approach?
Amen.
You would agree that both of these documents were provided to the defense and to the state, correct?
May I look at them?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Yes,
What are you
yes.
referring to?
The report and the assessment that you provided to us.
The assessment? His report and the assessment.
His report and his assessment.
Would you like these back?
Yes, please. Thank you. And it would be fair to say you conduct the assessment and then you write the report, correct?
Yes, correct.
Page is that on?
Page 6, Doctor, is what I have up on the overhead right now.
Yes, thank you.
And I know that you told the jury that this dependent personality order translates to her fear of law enforcement, but in your assessment, can you read that paragraph,
Yes, would you like for me to read it out loud?
please?
Okay. What appears to be the most notable outcome of this assessment is the patient's personality pattern with regard to her intense fear of displeasing others, receiving disapproval and perceived rejection and being abandoned. The patient acknowledged that in reality, those fears were largely irrational and unfounded within her interactions with her family. However, she remarked that in spite of having those understandings, she still could not dispel this fear that her parents might reject, disapprove, or abandon her.
And that was information you gathered from her, correct, during the assessment?
Correct.
And now, Doctor, I'm putting up your report that was written after the assessment. And can you read that top paragraph,
So you're asking me to read the paragraph that begins, what appears?
please?
Yes. What appears to be most notable outcome of this assessment is the defendant's personality pattern with regard to her intense fear of displeasing others, receiving disapproval and perceived rejections and being abandoned. She acknowledged that in reality, those fears were largely irrational and unfounded with her interactions with others, especially those in authority. However, she remarked that in spite of having those understandings, she could still not dispel this fear that others might reject, disapprove, or abandon her.
You agree that that's the same paragraph you had in the assessment that you did first, but in the assessment, based on the information that she relayed to you, her fear was with regards to her parents.
I'm not understanding the question. If you could rephrase that, I'd be glad to answer.
Sure. You would agree that you just read the same paragraph, but in the assessment, which was completed based on information that Ms. Richardson provided to you, her fear is with regards to her family.
Yes,
It doesn't say law enforcement. That's not the information she's giving to you, correct?
again, I'm struggling because, again, I think we've already established that this is across the board with Skyler in terms of dealing with authority, whether they're her parents, her teachers, her boyfriend, or law enforcement, that this is a problem for her.
I understand, doctor, but what I'm trying to ask you is what Brooke reported to you was she was afraid of her parents, correct?
Correct.
And what you put in your report was that she was afraid of law enforcement, people in authority. You used that same paragraph, but took out the connection to the.
So I'm not sure if she knows, but parents are in a position of authority. That would go in that category. Anyone in authority, let's name them. I mean, come on. Sit down. You have no points. If you do, you would have said it already. Like, this is ridiculous.
Family, and instead inserted especially those in authority.
Again, I'm confused because you asked me to read from my report. In both instances, I read from my report. In one, it spoke about Brooke's relation or Skyler's relationship with her parents, and then Skyler's relationship with those with authority.
Thank you, Doctor. You would agree that the relationships that matter the most to her are her mother and Brandon. Did she share that information with you?
She shared that information with me, correct, that her mother and her boyfriend at the time were extremely important.
And your theory is that despite her relaying to you that her fear was of her parents, that this dependent personality disorder, she is predisposed to having such an intense fear of disappointing others, of rejection or abandonment, that she is extremely vulnerable when experiencing a high level of stress and that she can't stand up for herself.
Correct.
And when she's in that high level of stress, if I'm following your testimony, it sounds like she might do extreme things, such as making statements that aren't accurate.
So if I'm understanding the question, you're asking me, under high periods of stress, would Skyler comply with the authority?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And make some pretty extreme statements?
Yes.
And that's just to avoid disappointing Detective Carter and Lieutenant Fain.
Okay, you're going from one thing to another. So now you're asking me, in her interrogation, when she uttered certain extreme statements, was she complying with the two detectives?
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. And you watched those interviews, correct?
Yes, I did.
Because you made reference to them, and I assume you're referring to the female detective, Detective Carter, taking her hand.
Yes.
Are you aware that in every instance where the hand holding occurred, it was initiated by Miss Richardson?
Am I aware that Miss or Skyler is the one who took Miss Detective Carter's hand?
Yes.
I focused more, not so much on Skyler taking the officer's hand, but by the officer holding her hand. Because to me, that's a violation of a boundary. That's a violation.
Even though Miss Richardson's asking if she can hold her hand.
Yes. Because
Yeah.
because as someone in a position of authority, especially, it's important to set boundaries, especially with a very vulnerable person, because it, in a sense, reflects that you're safe. It reflects that, in a sense, I'm like your mother. You, a few moments ago, had asked me, who does she trust? Who does she rely on the first or the most? And you even indicated her mother and her boyfriend. So here's someone who is acting in the role of a mother. So of course, Sky is going to extend herself.
And you saw when Detective Carter said, can I have my hands are cramping up. And she let go of Skyler's hands. And within a matter of minutes, Skyler again, can I please hold your hands?
Exactly.
But that was initiated by Skyler, correct?
Exactly. And that's synonymous. That doesn't surprise me. It doesn't. Because in a sense, Skyler needs that reassurance. She needs to be comforted because she's in intense pain, especially under periods of stress. But it behooves someone in authority to maintain a boundary.
Doctor, you agree making statements like, I might have killed my daughter, I might have squeezed her too tight, and that's when she died, or making statements that she might have tried to burn her and cremate her, those are pretty extreme.
Yes, they're extreme statements.
You would agree most people can't conceive of committing such an act, let alone admitting that you engaged in it just to appease someone else.
Okay, that's two questions, because the first question,
You would admit that most people can't conceive of committing such an act.
I love this guy.
you're making a broad generalization in the first.
Doctor, do you
Yes.
think,
Dr. Bassman, do you agree or disagree with that statement?
If you could repeat that, I'd really.
do you think most people can conceive of committing those types of acts?
No, I know.
Do you think most people can conceive of even admitting that they would do that to a child just to appease someone?
It depends upon when you say most people. I don't know most people. All I know is the people before me. Again, people with a dependent personality are going to comply and say things.
Well, let's talk about some of the things we know about Miss Richardson. You know she was fearful of this pregnancy, correct?
Yes,
You know that she was fearful about her mother's reaction, correct?
yes,
You know she was fearful that if Brandon found out, he might leave her or abandon her.
yes,
And that because of those fears, she concealed her pregnancy for 9 months.
It's my understanding that Skyler wasn't aware that she was pregnant until almost at the end of her pregnancy. So it wasn't that she had concealed it for 9 months.
You're aware that she never revealed that she was pregnant to anyone at any point in time.
Correct.
You're aware that she secretly gave birth alone.
Yes,
You're aware that she snuck out of the house.
yes,
You're aware that she went back to a tree line and secretly buried her daughter.
that is my understanding, correct.
You're aware that she came back into the house and cleaned up the entire scene.
Yes,
You're aware that days later, she disposed of everything in an unknown location.
that is my understanding.
Doctor, you would agree that an unwanted, unplanned pregnancy is a stressful situation? Can be.
Can be, yes. Having a baby is a stressful situation. Being pregnant is a stressful situation, especially someone with a mental disorder, someone who doesn't feel emotionally equipped to handle it. It's even more terrifying. It is.
Especially if they're not emotionally attached to the baby, correct?
That is a leap.
Adding to the stress of an unplanned pregnancy, you would agree that when it's by a guy that you want nothing to do with, that doesn't help matters, does it?
I want to make sure I heard what you said. You just asked me having a pregnancy with the father of the baby that you didn't want to have anything to do with would make it more difficult. Is that what I heard you say?
Having an unplanned pregnancy with a gentleman that you want nothing to do with might increase the stress level.
Yes,
Being concerned about your new relationship with a guy that you're planning to have a future with might increase your stress level.
yes,
Having a relationship with your mom where she's already let you know that being pregnant would be the equivalent of a ruined life, that would increase your stress level.
yes,
Knowing that this might interrupt your plans to go to college in the fall, that would increase your stress level.
yes,
You put all of that together, that's a lot of stress, isn't it?
yes. But you see, it's not all negative stress. There's a positive aspect of stress. In fact, there's a word called eustress, EUSTRESS. It means when someone, in a sense, takes the stress and also finds something positive in it. So in one sense, the stress could be something used positively, giving Skyler the opportunity to parent in the way that she wished she would have been parented herself. So it's not all negative.
Well, it can be positive stress if she had an intention of parenting that child, correct?
Yes,
You're aware that she made absolutely no plans for the birth of this child.
that I'm not aware of.
Are you aware that she never returned for any appointments to Hilltop OBGYN?
That's my understanding, correct.
She never bought an article of clothing for this child? Are you aware of that?
Am I aware of that? No,
Are you aware she never bought a single diaper?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware there wasn't a piece of baby furniture in the house for this child?
That I'm aware of, yes, correct.
Are you aware that the father of the child was never made aware that he was going to be a father?
I am aware of that as well, yes.
Are you aware that the parents of the child were never told that they were going to be grandparents?
Yes,
Are you aware that there was not a single plan made for parenting this child?
that I don't know.
Well, did Ms. Richardson share for you, like she shared with the police, that she had no idea what she was going to do with this child?
No, she did not share that with me.
So there could be a positive aspect to the stress if it gave her the opportunity to parent a child, but there are no indications that she had any plans of parenting this child. You would agree with that?
I'm hesitating again because I want to make sure I understand what you're saying. Your question again is, it's my understanding that she had no plans of parenting the child. Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
That I don't know.
Have you been provided with any information that she had any plans of parenting her daughter?
No, but that doesn't surprise me.
So when we talk about the stress in this situation, the stresses that we know, not ones that she didn't share with you, we know that it was an unplanned pregnancy.
I'm sorry. If anyone has ever known even a young mother, not even a teenage mother, but it's a terrifying thought, especially if you're going to be doing it alone or you feel like you might have to do it alone because your parents might be so mad at you that they kick you out. You don't have a job. You're not in some serious relationship with a guy where he can provide for you and you guys can live together. I mean, these questions are ridiculous. Yes, she was a teenager and pregnant and scared to death of what her parents were going to do. So these questions are absolutely insane. And then there was something else that she said that absolutely pissed me off. Oh, right. So also, I don't know about you guys, but if you're planning on killing a child, you're probably not naming it before you do that. Okay. She had named the baby. So, there's that.
Correct? She wasn't planning on getting pregnant by Trey Johnson, correct?
That I don't know.
She didn't want to have a relationship with him anymore. You know that, correct?
Correct.
She didn't want to lose Brandon if he found out about this baby, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Her mother, who means the most to her, had already told her this was going to be a ruined life if she ends up pregnant, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
She might risk going to her opportunity to go to college in the fall.
Yes.
Those are all stressors. Those are negative stressors, correct, doctor?
No, there's stresses, but whether they're negative or not depends upon the individual. I have worked with women who've gone through certain similar situations who have been extremely resilient in the same situation.
But we're not talking about certain women. We're talking about Brooke Richardson.
Yes, exactly.
And when Brooke Richardson is in a state of stress, you have already indicated she does extreme things.
I never indicated she does extreme things. What I indicated to you in regard to your question, that she made some extreme statements based upon her interrogations. So in that particular area, but to generalize across the board is not fair and not reasonable.
Doctor, again, you said that your job was to look at certain personality characteristics of the defendant, correct?
My job was to evaluate her and not to look for personality characteristics. My job was to look and provide a psychological assessment.
By assessing her psychological
Sorry, of course. What would it be? It wouldn't be a me stream if I didn't somehow talk for 5 minutes being muted. Okay. No, I was just saying thank you, Jenny, for sharing this. She said, when I was 20, I found out I was 5.5 months pregnant and you couldn't tell. I was so afraid to tell my parents. When I did, my belly exploded. I get the fear. And so do I. Like, that's the thing. So do I. Not every parents are the same. Not every person's relationship with parents are the same. Not every household and the way that they have their rules in their household are the same. Um, and also anxiety is a thing. Uh, if her parents were the way that they were and she had anxiety on top of that, that's a real thing. Like, she might have thought something really bad might have happened. I mean, there's all kinds of things, but I completely get the fear as well. Um, and put on top of that, she was still a teenager. And so it's gross the way that they're making it out to be that this was no big deal. Yeah, this may be no big deal for like a couple who always knew they were gonna have a baby, but weren't planning on it so soon. Yeah, okay. This is not that situation. And there are a lot of women who don't realize they're pregnant. Why? Because they don't have regular periods. We already know she was one of them. Didn't have regular periods. Her weight fluctuated. She was one of them. And so there are girls who you can't really tell. I've had friends that are pregnant that did not start showing until the very end. So I've seen that too. So I just find this so gross that they're trying to make it out to be what it is. I mean, you saw her in the prom pictures. I mean, she had like maybe a tiny bit of weight around her midsection, but her weight fluctuated all the time. Like, I mean, that's not where your head's going to immediately go, especially if her parents aren't thinking that or so yeah. But thank you for sharing your experience with us. Side eye saying my parents were crazy religious. I get the fear. Yeah, I absolutely do too. Let's see. Sounds very familiar. I was 4 months preggo, says Rhonda. Let's see. Yeah, you were missing a good rant. Oh, I was doing so well until I wasn't, and then I didn't hit the button. Oh man. Okay. Yep. Kevin from South Boston says, I need to practice the whole baby making process. Well, do it with someone older who can process it. This is, I mean, this is literally, I feel my heart breaks for this kid because if you've experienced any type of real fear, um, you literally can be frozen in fear. And a part of me wonders if that was the type of fear that she was frozen, like she was frozen in doing anything, telling her parents, telling a friend. And so it just, I don't know. It's disgusting what they're doing, in my opinion. Okay, I'm going back on mute and I'm going to start it again.
Psychological status and her personality characteristics.
Yes.
That's what's in your evaluation, correct?
Yes.
I want to ask you a few questions. When you were trying to assess her different personality characteristics, doctor,
Yes.
you reviewed the recorded interviews in this case, correct?
Yes.
All of the documentation and medical records that were provided to you?
Correct.
Your interview of the defendant, some of the information you had was presented directly from her?
Yes.
Okay. You would agree, based on all of the information that you reviewed, that at the time that this offense occurred, she was a younger, late teen female,
Correct.
18 years old.
Correct.
would agree that she has never been diagnosed with any psychoses or psychotic symptoms, no delusions, visions of grandeur.
That's correct. I'm not aware of that.
Kevin from South Boston, if you're looking for older women, go to Baker's Chat. Apparently, they're all premenopausal to menopausal, and I hear that's a place to get them. I don't know. I can't speak firsthand, but that's what I hear. Word on the street.
Ms. Richardson shared, and you have no evidence indicating that she has any reported criminal history prior to this event.
Correct.
You have no knowledge of her actually going to any facility, meeting with a doctor, going to any place to abort this child.
That is correct.
You are aware that at the time that this child was born, she had no relationship with Trey Johnson, the father of the child.
That is my understanding.
All of this has what to do with what? This is ridiculous. Wasting the jury's
You are aware
time.
from your meetings with her, the information she shared, as well as the documentation that you've reviewed, the interviews, the text, that she reported she had an inability to reveal the pregnancy to her mother out of fear of her mother's reaction.
Correct.
You are aware that the child was seen as an obstacle to her parental ambitions and goals, that there was a concern by her that this might interfere with her relationship with Brandon, and this might impede her ability to go to college in the fall.
That I hesitate in agreeing with. I mean, obstacle is an interesting choice of words.
Well, she was concerned about the impact this would have on the future relationship that she and Brandon had, correct?
Yes,
That was one of her goals, to have a relationship with Brandon and for this relationship to continue into the future.
exactly. Well, whatever mother is being pregnant for the first time is going to be anxious about their relationship with the child's father. This anxiety is normal. Fears, trepidation. It's a very normal part of being a parent.
Okay. And she was concerned about the impact this might have on her future goal of going to University of Cincinnati.
Yes,
So those are two goals that she had: to continue this relationship with Brandon and to go to college in the fall. And she expressed concern about it impacting both of those things,
yes,
correct?
but a concern is not an obstacle. Could be an opportunity.
Okay, so you take issue with the word obstacle, but you do agree that those are two goals that she had voiced concerns about.
Two of the goals that she had shared with me is continuing her relationship with her boyfriend as well as being in her parents' favor. Yes,
And you're aware that there was also discussion about if she had a baby, it would impact her ability to go to the University of Cincinnati in the fall.
yes. But again, this is normal, natural.
That's fine. So I'll go ahead, since you don't like the word obstacle, I'll circle goals, okay?
Thank you.
You would agree that this is a child that was not wanted.
No, I'm not aware of that.
You watched the interviews, correct?
Yes,
Are you aware in the very first interview, page 12, before they even get started about really talking about what had happened, she told the investigator, "I didn't really want to have my baby, but I couldn't get rid of it."
I'm assuming that's an accurate quote because I'm taking what you're saying as factual. So thank you
Yes.
for being
yes,
patient with me. Thank you.
You're fine. So that's a declaration by Miss Richardson saying, "I didn't want it."
No, to me, that's a declaration of anxiety about being a parent. That's, to me, is a declaration about having mixed feelings, which is a normal part of everyone's life, to have mixed feelings about certain events, as well as an indication that this is a person who's not to come to death with their baby's death. See, again, as I mentioned previously, dependent personality, you're dealing with someone who lives in denial. So in a sense, she at times is going to say things, and she at times is not going to be aware of what she's saying. So on a deeper level, she's reflecting her ambivalence, her mixed feelings about being a parent. And in this instance, trying to come to terms with the grief over the death of her baby. So this to me is understandable, that it's not the conclusion that you drew, that she didn't want the child.
I'm accepting her actions and words for what they are. Miss Richardson said, I did not want to have my baby, but I couldn't get rid of it. You're aware of that. You're aware
Yes.
that she made that statement.
Yes,
You're aware that she had no plans to have the baby. She made no plans. We went through that.
yes,
Once she confirmed her baby's existence, she continued to deny it, didn't tell anybody, correct?
excellent word. She continued to deny it. Thank you, because you're reinforcing what I just said. And part of the reason that she didn't have baby furniture is because, in a sense, you're talking about someone who's very naive, very immature, who, in a sense, doesn't think about diapers, doesn't think about preparing for these things. Because, in a sense, although she was 18 at the time, emotionally and psychologically, she was still around 12 or 13. So there's a sense of not being realistic, and most important, not being practical.
You're aware she was a senior in high school.
Yes,
She was on the honor roll.
yes,
She was taking college classes.
yes,
She knew about having sex.
yes,
She knew about the consequences of sex.
yes,
She knew about birth control.
yes,
She knew how to prevent having a child.
yes.
She was pregnant, and her statement to the police was, I don't want to have her, but I didn't know how to get rid of it.
If you focus on the latter, but I didn't know how to get rid of her, there is a sense that, in one hand, Skyler is admitting that she was very anxious, but she didn't know how to deal with this situation. Now, what I'm hearing from you, you're taking it in some sense that how to get rid, but it's deeper than that. There is a sense of dealing with this anxiety, dealing with these fears, dealing with everything at that time. It's easy just to see it as black or white, but it's beyond that.
Doctor, are you aware that she researched ways? She says she researched ways on how to get rid of the baby,
Yes, I'm aware.
how to
of
have
that.
an abortion without. going
It's
to the doctor?
not
Yes.
what she said.
But
She
did
That's what she says she did. And you've already said you like this word. You would agree she denied the existence of the pregnancy when Dr. Andrew confirmed it for her.
Exactly. And look at this. And because you brought up an interesting point, honor roll student, doing very well, going to college, a lot of book sense. But what about common sense? What about common day-to-day sense? So yes, someone could have a lot of book knowledge, and yet someone could do very well in school. But what about common sense? What about in daily common sense areas? So here is someone, a young woman, who is 8.5 months pregnant and basically, in a sense, denies, doesn't know that she's pregnant. What does that say about her common sense? What does that say about her ability to be aware of herself? She's pregnant, and yet she doesn't know it. What does that say about her awareness of her body, about who she is?
So are you arguing that she lacks common sense?
Yes,
And yet this person that lacks common sense was able to give birth alone in the middle of the night, take the baby out to the backyard, bury her, and conceal all evidence of her existence. That's not book smart, correct, doctor?
yes, it's not only book, but it also, in a sense, is the way that she's dealt with things her whole life.
She hides, she conceals.
Exactly.
Doctor, you're aware that she gave birth at home, alone in the middle of the night, and that there were no other family members present in that room, but were present within the home.
Correct. That's my understanding.
This was a non-hospital birthing, correct?
Correct.
And you know all of those things from your review of your records? Review of collateral records? Information that she provided to you, correct?
You're asking me if I'm familiar with all of this, and the answer is yes.
Doctor, are you aware that in your field, the killing of a neonate on the day of its birth is defined as neonaticide, and that list right there is the classic characteristics of a young female who engages in that act?
You're asking me if I'm aware of the criteria associated with the mother that kills their neonatal. You're asking me if I'm aware of that.
On the day of birth.
I'm not aware of this.
You're not aware that, are you familiar with Dr. Philip Resnick?
Yes.
And in 1969, over 50 years ago, he did the first study and identified neonaticide as the killing of an infant on the day of birth by a young mother who has no psychotic symptoms or psychosis, no criminal history, no attempted abortion because that would require too much active action on her part. They're passive individuals, no relationship with the father of the child, an inability to reveal the pregnancy to her mother due to concerns of fear or rejection, the things that you talked about in the dependent personality disorder, that the child is an obstacle to the parents, and we'll use goals because you prefer that word, that the child is not wanted, that they deny the pregnancy, and they typically give birth while alone at home with other family members present within the home. You're aware of the study that he's done on that?
I'm not aware of the study that he did.
But
I have heard the name, yes, but
You
I'm
have
not
heard
aware
the
of the
name.
study.
And that this identification of neonaticide has been around for 50 years. It's been published in many journals. Are you aware of that?
No, but it's interesting you're quoting something that's so dated.
Are you familiar with the American Journal of Psychiatry?
I love
Yes,
this guy.
In 1970, Resnick published his groundbreaking study of neonaticide. He performed a literature review of documented newborn murders from the mid-18th century until 19.
Call it whatever you would like to call it, neonaticide. You still have to prove it. That's your job. You're the state. You're the prosecution. You have to prove that. You didn't even come close to proving that baby was alive and viable. In fact, every single bit of evidence points to the fact that that was not a live birth. It was a stillbirth. And it's literally every single piece of evidence. So you can twist the name and call it whatever you'd like. You still have to prove it.
68 in 13 different languages, and found that women who kill their newborns were substantively different from women who kill their infants or toddlers. His work has been supported in numerous other international studies that show that women who murder newborns tend to be younger than 25 years old, emotionally immature, unmarried, often living with their parents, unemployed, or attending school. They do not seek prenatal care and are often no longer involved with the baby's father. Infant deaths were associated with lack of prenatal care and non-hospital birthing. So the original study might be old, but they've continued to research it and expound upon it, correct?
That I'm not aware of. I mean, right now you're showing me something from 1970, which is 59 years ago.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I understand the original study was 40 years ago, or almost 50 years ago now. So
yes.
This concept's been around for a long time. What is the title of that article, Doctor?
Infanticide and neonaticide, a review of 40 years of research, literature on incidence and causes.
So the article is not 50 years old, correct?
No, this is dated 2010. It's 9 years ago.
Can I have the article?
Oh, of course, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. You would agree that this article that's reviewed now more than 40 years of studies on neonaticide, the majority of infants killed in the first day are born out of a hospital, usually at the woman's home.
You were facing that way when you were speaking, so I didn't hear you.
You would agree that this article that's now reviewing 40 years worth of studies and literature on neonaticide says that the majority of infants killed in the first day are born out of a hospital, usually at the woman's home.
Well, that's what you're reporting. I wonder about the language. I wonder about the internal, external validity of this study. I haven't reviewed this study. I'm not an expert on this, but I have to be cautious in terms of looking at research and basically saying I agree or disagree. I mean, it's easy to get a checklist and basically check it off and believe that, but it's really not fair. It's not reasonable. And to make any type of conclusion based upon that is frightening. Because
Doctor, let me ask you this. What does it mean when an article is peer reviewed?
it means that it has gone through review by people of equal stature educationally.
And so if I relate to you that this article was peer reviewed, you have no reason to doubt that, correct?
If you say so, I believe you.
You would agree that this article that has been peer reviewed and summarizes 40 years worth of studies on women who engage in the act of neonaticide also says that the hallmark example of neonaticide is that the newborn is unwanted, and so the woman, after concealing the pregnancy for 9 months, gives birth alone and then kills the newborn via non-weapon methods such as suffocation, strangulation, or drowning.
I'm focusing on the word kills. See, I wonder in terms of the research sample, when you say kills, were these women convicted? Did they admit to actually killing the baby? See, you're asking me to comment something. You're giving me a very broad generalization. As a psychologist, it behooves me to look at alternative explanations when somebody presents me with information.
Alternative explanations are important, aren't they, Doctor?
Yes.
The article indicates, the study further notes that in the majority of cases, the women went through labor and then murdered the infant within close proximity to others without disturbing anyone, let alone calling for help.
Oh, that's what you're reading, yes. But whether it applies in this instance is something I'm assuming you're attempting to prove.
You're a psychologist, correct, Doctor?
Yes,
And you made a diagnosis of dependent personality disorder for Ms. Richardson.
correct.
In your field, doctor, is it possible that a client can be experiencing more than one thing or occurrence at a time? For example, you could have a dependent personality disorder and you could have depression.
Yes, correct.
And sometimes some of the things they have might not rise to the level of an actual diagnosis, but there's still characteristics that sometimes can be masked within that particular diagnosis.
That is
the
correct.
primary diagnosis. In fact, sometimes you guys do like a rule in, rule out, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it possible in this case, possible, that we're not just dealing with an individual that has a dependent personality disorder, but that she is also someone that engaged in the act of neonaticide? And that because of the similarity in characteristics, the act of neonaticide is being disregarded or overlooked altogether?
Again, I'm attempting to understand your question. Your question is, can a mother kill their baby? And the answer is yes, they can. And then you're bringing up dependent personality disorder. So you're saying if someone has a dependent personality disorder, can they kill their baby as well? I mean, does a dependent personality disorder keep them from killing their baby? Is that what you're asking me?
Just because she has a dependent personality disorder doesn't mean she didn't kill her child, does it? The
Doesn't
two are
mean-
not mutually exclusive,
Nor does it mean because she has it that she did.
but the two are not mutually exclusive, correct, doctor?
Correct.
And she doesn't want to be rejected or abandoned, correct? And when
But-
she's stressed, she sometimes does extreme things. Correct,
Yes.
doctor?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Redirect?
Thank God.
Dr. Bassman, does a woman who killed her newborn baby go back to the same OBGYN 3 months later where they know she was pregnant? Does that make sense to you?
No.
Ms. Kraft says, hide and conceal, hide and conceal. Skyler hides and conceals. We're talking about food, are we not?
Yes.
And that's related to her eating disorder, is it not?
Correct.
And that's typical for someone who suffers from bulimia or anorexia. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know anywhere else in the records is hiding and concealing is that you came up with other than the pregnancy? Anything
No.
that you reviewed?
No.
Ms. Kraft said she did searches, plural, on, quote, getting rid of a baby. Are you aware that there was only one so-called search?
That is my understanding.
Are you aware that it was in the context of an abortion?
Yes.
Are you aware that she never went into any websites with that search?
Yes.
And are you aware that she never did any further research?
That is my understanding.
And are you aware that that was confirmed by their expert, Deputy Wong, who downloaded?
Objection, that's not the testimony.
Overruled.
You aware of that? There's no finding of any of those searches, quite frankly.
That is my understanding.
You aware of the search Ms. Kraft indicated about baby clothes, whatever? Are you aware that Deputy Wong also found a search for baby clothes on an Epic? I don't know what this site was. Babypedia? You aware of that?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Dr. Bassman, you aware that when Skyler went to the OB and she found out that she was pregnant, that Dr. Andrew told her she had 10 weeks to deliver that child?
I wasn't aware of that.
That was April 26th. You're aware of that OB visit?
Yes,
You're aware that 11 days, not 2.5 months later, but 11 days later, she gave birth. You aware of that?
yes,
So in that 11 days, are we supposed to assume that she would have time to think about clothes, diapers, cribs, and all that other stuff? Do you assume that that would all been done in those 11 days, or? could it have
no.
been-
I would imagine that she thought she had plenty of time to think about it and come to terms with it.
Exactly. At the beginning of her cross-examination, Ms. Kraft's cross-examination, she talked about Skyler's extreme statements. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
You know, it's extreme, she would say extreme statements to please others, right?
Correct.
It's one of those statements in your mind that she would admit to putting a lighter to her baby's foot and the baby caught fire where the flames went up to her chest. Is that an extreme statement in your mind?
Yes, it is.
And why is that? Is it possible? Is it scientifically possible to do that?
No.
Sustained. Jury will disregard that last answer and question.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Anything else for this witness?
Honor, thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. You can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, who's ready for closings? You ready for some closings? We're almost at the end of this. I just want to say, what a fantastic witness. He was really good. Like, I feel like he was like the male equivalent of maybe Dr. Russell, like an older fellow you wouldn't expect who could be a little feisty if he needed to be. And then he gets a little feisty and he's like, oh, yes, thank you for reminding me that you're making a great point for me. Thank you. And then he's like, says what his point is. I feel like that would be like a dream team. This guy and Dr. Russell. All right, let's see here. All right. Okay. And unfortunately, the female lawyer has a part in the closings, but I don't think it's a very long part. She annoys the piss out of me. Also, she should really invest in like a flat iron. I mean, come on, her hair is very frizzy. Okay, let's see here. Yes, I believe that was the last witness, Priscilla. Okay. Let's see. All right. It's being slow, guys. Okay.
Kraft, you may
Here we
proceed.
go.
Kraft, you may proceed.
Try to make it a little bigger.
Unwanted. That's what Brooke Richardson's daughter was, unwanted. To outside observers, Brooke Richardson had the perfect life. She grew up in a small town. She was a cheerleader for the high school football team. She obsessed over her appearance. She was in love with her new boyfriend, and she was planning for college in the fall. And she was determined to maintain that perfect life at all costs. Having a child that was the result of a less than 1 month casual relationship was not part of her perfect life. So Brooke kept her secret, a secret that she knew had the ability to destroy her perfect life and all of the plans that she had made. A secret that would forever alter her relationships with the two people that mattered most to her, her mom and Brandon. Brooke's secret was that she was pregnant by a boy that she wanted nothing to do with and that she was about to give birth to his child. So when it came time to come clean and to start making plans for the birth of her daughter, or to continue to hide and conceal, she chose the latter.
How bad is the volume? Because it's up all the way and I don't know how to do the boost thing, and I'm not sure if you have to get something to do the boost thing. Is it really bad? I think this lady's part, this is the only one I found that has this lady's part on it, and I think it's only a few minutes. If we can deal with the volume, like if you can still hear it, it's just like not ideal. We'll do her part, and then I'll go to the other one that has a better volume on it. I'm louder. Yes, I'm sure. This is even it's lower for me as well, so I definitely know what you guys are talking about. Is it doable for the next like 5 minutes with this lady, and then she stops, and then I can go to the defense and the other one on a different stream? But for whatever reason, they cut this lady out on the other closings that I looked at. Okay. All right. So we'll just listen to her, and it'll be lower on her part for a few minutes. Her part is not long, and then we'll go to a different stream that has the defense closing and then the rebuttal. Okay.
On May 7th, 2017, when Brooke delivered her daughter in the middle of the night, alone, at her home, with her parents and her brother asleep in the same house, she made the choice to kill her newborn baby and bury her lifeless body in a shallow grave in the backyard. She then cleaned up the mess, erased any trace of evidence that her daughter ever existed, so that no one would ever know and her secret would remain safe. Brooke chose her own perfect life, ladies and gentlemen, over that of her daughter's. Let's review the evidence. Over the course of the past week and a half, we have learned that in August of 2016, Brooke hung out for a short month with Trey. They had sex 2 times, once unprotected, once protected. Towards the end of that month, Brooke broke off all communications with him. The relationship was over. In January of 2017, Brooke started dating Brandon. He was a year younger than her. Everything was going great with them, and they quickly fell for one another. Things were going good for Brooke. She had a great relationship with Brandon, and she had plans to attend college in the fall. April of 2017, Brooke becomes fearful that she might be pregnant. She asked her mom, schedule an appointment for me with the OBGYN for the purpose of obtaining birth control. But secretly, she wanted to find out whether or not the pregnancy she suspected was a part of her new reality. Was she actually pregnant? April 26th, 2017, Brooke's worst fears were realized when Dr. Andrew confirmed the pregnancy. He told her that she was in the 3rd trimester and that she would soon be giving birth. Brooke's response to Dr. Andrew was to burst into tears and tell him, "I cannot have this baby and nobody can know." Dr. Andrew told her, "You have to come back. You have to have an ultrasound. We have got to get prenatal care started for your daughter." Brooke, however, never followed up with that doctor appointment. She never told anyone she was pregnant. She tried to conceal her pregnancy from everyone. She took absolutely no efforts to bring her daughter into this world. The only thing she did, from her own statement, we know, she researched ways on the internet of how to get rid of a baby. In the early morning hours of May 7th, 2017, Brooke Richardson gave birth to her daughter alone in her bedroom. She didn't call for help. She didn't yell out for her parents or her brother. She didn't call 911. She didn't scoop up her daughter and rush her to the hospital herself. Rather, she took her daughter's life and she disposed of her remains in the backyard. And then she disposed of all other evidence in a still undisclosed location. 2 months later, Brooke's perfect crime begins to unravel. July 12th, she returns to Hilltop OBGYN, but this time she sees a different doctor. However, what Brooke doesn't know is that Dr. Andrew has already told Dr. Boyce about the prior appointment. And so Dr. Boyce confronts Brooke. Where is your baby? What happened to the pregnancy? She burst into tears. She says, I had her, I buried her in the backyard, and she claims she was stillborn. You are now aware that as a result of that disclosure, the sheriff's office was contacted. They started an investigation, and as a result of their investigation, Brooke's daughter, her skeletal remains, all that was left of her, was found in the backyard in the tree line of the Richardson home. Ladies and gentlemen, when we first started this case, during the very first opening statement during voir dire, we talked to you about whether or not you could make determinations of life from the defendant's own statements and from her actions both before and after her daughter's birth. Circumstantial evidence. It's evidence that carries the exact same weight as direct evidence. The defendant's emotional reaction to confirmation of her pregnancy was so extreme that it required suicide warnings. If you are going to do anything to yourself or to your child, you have got to tell someone. No plans ever made for the birth of her daughter. No prenatal care, no diapers, no blankets, no prospective adoptive parents, nothing. Labor for almost 36 hours. Her daughter's birth is now imminent and still nothing. She chooses to remain silent. Her daughter is born into this world, still nothing. She doesn't ask for help. She doesn't seek emergency assistance, medical assistance. She doesn't get her daughter to the hospital, nothing. Rather, she buries her in the backyard and disposes of her remains and all evidence of her daughter's birth. Her reaction to her daughter's death, to her mom, OMG, to Brandon, I'm happy. And then off to the gym she goes to further erase any evidence of her daughter's existence. Her perfect life was back, and there was no chance of her secret ever destroying it. She provides alternate explanations for everything she thinks the evidence is going to show. She joins a truth, how the baby died, with a fiction, an accident. I think I might have killed her when I squeezed her. Suffocation. She was born in the toilet, drowning. And one other very important thing. In the very first interview, without any prompting whatsoever, Brooke Richardson says to the detectives, am I going to be in trouble for murdering her? Ladies and gentlemen, you are able to consider all of the circumstantial evidence, and it carries the exact same weight. As a result of the defendant's actions, Brooke has been charged with multiple offenses. Let's go through them. Aggravated murder.
8-minute mark. I apologize for that.
Brooke Skyler Richardson purposely caused the death of her infant daughter. Purposely. A person acts purposely when it is their specific intention to cause a certain result. If based on the evidence that has been presented to you and that we have discussed, you believe that within the first 24 hours of her life, the defendant purposely caused her daughter's death by suffocation, strangulation, drowning, or any other means, that is aggravated murder. Endangering children. Brooke Skyler Richardson, who is the parent of a child under 18, did recklessly create substantial risk of health or safety to her infant daughter by violating a duty of care, protection, or support, which resulted in her daughter's death. The definition of recklessly: a person acts recklessly when, with heedless indifference to the consequences, the person disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that his or her conduct is likely to cause a certain result or be of a certain nature. A person is reckless with respect to his circumstances when, with heedless indifference to the consequences, the person disregards a substantial risk that such circumstances are likely to exist. Again, based on the evidence, ladies and gentlemen, if you believe that the defendant took no action on behalf of her daughter, she sought no medical attention, she didn't call 911, she didn't summons assistance, and that violation of the duty of care that she owed to her daughter resulted in serious physical harm, that is endangering children. Involuntary manslaughter. Brooke Skyler Richardson did cause the death of her infant daughter as a proximate result of committing felony endangering. If you find that she's guilty of the offense of endangering children, then you have also found her guilty of this offense. The serious physical harm is the death of baby Richardson, an abuse of a corpse. The defendant, not being authorized by law, did treat a human corpse in a way that would outrage reasonable community sensibilities. Again, based on the evidence, if you believe that she disposed of her daughter in her backyard, you have found abuse of a corpse. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, beyond a reasonable doubt, it's based upon your reason, it's based upon your common sense. The state submits to you that it is clear from all of the defendant's statements and actions in this case that the defendant never had any intention of having her daughter. As Mr. Knippen told you in the second opening, the decision on Brooke's daughter's life was made before her child was ever born. She was never going to see the light of day. On May 7th, 2017, Brooke Richardson purposely killed her daughter, destroyed all evidence of her existence, and went on with her perfect life as if nothing had ever happened. That was her perfect life, ladies and gentlemen. Baby Richardson never fit into that equation. You have now had an opportunity to hear all of the evidence. Employ your reason and your common sense, draw logical conclusions from the evidence, and find Brooke Richardson guilty for the death of her daughter. Thank you.
Okay. Don't mind me. Yes, I am eating Twizzlers. I like the pull and pill, Priscilla, but I got these. I've never tried them. They're raspberry filled twist, and they are fire. Like, they are really good, and I'm kind of addicted already. Very, very good. So, highly recommend. Chocolate licorice, fresh made on the boardwalk. Yum. Okay. Peace Geek. Yeah, 100% lack of evidence. They didn't show it at all. Like, they didn't prove it. They didn't even remotely prove it. I mean, I have my thoughts that it was completely a stillborn baby. But they just, if you want to just go along with, like, you're not sure, maybe it was, they didn't prove it either way. So yeah. Okay, let me find a better one that we can get the volume up again, because that one is low. And I know I have some. For whatever reason, they just didn't have that lady's part in it, probably because she sucks, but let's see. This is another news channel, so let's see if the volume's better. Okay, it seems better. Let me share it. All right. Okay, cool.
Report tests three things. Gravesite notes celery. The state fire marshal report tests three things.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. This is like, I think it's still the beginning of it, but hold on. Let's get another one. That one, we want to enjoy him, his face and all. He's lovely on a lot of levels. So let's go back here to this and see if this is better. Nope. I don't think that's what we're needing. That might be what we're left with. Yeah, it's looking like we might. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Well, that stinks. Okay, you want to just go back to the other one and listen to his until he gets to that point? I just don't want you guys to miss anything of his thing. I don't think it's much, but I just don't want you to miss any of it. All right, let's go back to this one. When he starts talking about the state fire marshal or whatever, we'll cut it off and go to the good one with the better volume. Sorry, you guys. All right, share the screen again.
Of life from the defense. It's based upon your reason. Based on in the
Sorry, this is taking a minute. It's so slow.
And they continued throughout the trial.
1302. Oh, it's happening. Okay, here we go, guys.
More than 2 years ago, they found out, they knew that this cremation story was false. They knew it. They knew that the burning, the charring of the bones that Dr. Murray had opined were true were false. They knew it. And yet they came in here more than 2 years after they know that's false. And they continued throughout the trial to tell us all, well, Skyler said it. Skyler said it. Even though their own doctor, Dr. Brown, admitted that it's silly. It is impossible. Well, if you really loved her, we know you saw signs of life. They know it. They know it's false. They know it offends our common sense. Yet they came in here for 2 weeks and they said Skyler cremated her baby. They continued that narrative. Their story, even though they know it's false. And it's sad. What are the chances, as they would have us believe, what are the chances that this doctor gets it all wrong, it later admits she's wrong, but it actually is helpful because, well, Skyler said it. We'll just keep going along that narrative. What are the odds? Well, we know in this case the odds are actually zero that you can light a baby or a human being on fire with a lighter. It is impossible. And you'll see in the interrogation tapes, they talk to Skyler about, how'd you put out the fire? She's confused. I think you'll see that. Shoot to the flames. I had to throw dirt on the flames. They hid the state fire marshal's report from us. They hid it from us. You heard Lieutenant Fain testify on the stand. He saw it. They don't even put their lead detective on the stand in a homicide case. Never heard of it, ever. The state fire marshal report tests three things. Gravesite, no accelerant used, no ignitable fluid used. They don't show it to us. And then they don't want us to display it to you. Why? Because they know. If you have reason to doubt the burning, you have reason to doubt the signs of life. After they broke.
I apologize for interrupting. Ladies and gentlemen, the fire marshal's report is not evidence in this case. And whatever evidence may have been in that report is not for your consideration.
Okay, so I think we're at that point now. So I'm going to pause it and go give us the good volume. Yes, I think that is her mom. Especially, I didn't get to see her, but I noticed, I saw like her chin when the woman prosecutor was speaking. So I think she is back in the courtroom. Hello, Scott. How are you? And then let's see. Somebody else asked something. I can't remember. Okay. Let me go get us the better volume. It's going to be way better. I don't know why that one only has like starts at a weird point. That's super weird. And yeah, sorry guys, when I go to the other screen, it freezes. It's like something that StreamYard does. And I know I'm not doing anything because I see other creators freezing when they go to the other one too. So at least I know I'm not doing that wrong. Okay. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. Hold on. Too many screens. Okay. Here we go.
More than 2 years ago, they found out that you knew that this cremation story was false. They knew it.
You guys, this is the beginning all along. Okay, I'm an idiot. All right. Thank you, Scott. Okay, it's taking a second. It's not sharing, but it says it's sharing, so I'll work it out momentarily. Okay, I think we got it, guys. Yes. All right, here we go.
Well, if you really loved her, we know you saw signs of life. They know it. They know it's false. They know it offends our common sense, yet they came in here for 2 weeks and they said Skyler cremated her baby. They continued that narrative. Their story, even though they know it's false. And it's sad. What are the chances, as they would have us believe, what are the chances that this doctor gets it all wrong, it later admits she's wrong, but it actually is helpful because, well, Skyler said it. We'll just keep going along that narrative. What are the odds? Well, we know in this case the odds are actually 0 that you can light a baby or a human being on fire with a lighter. It is impossible. And you'll see in the interrogation tapes, they talk to Skyler about, how'd you put out the fire? She's confused. I think you'll see that. Shoot to the flames. I had to throw dirt on the flames. They hid the state fire marshal's report from us. They hid it from us. You heard Lieutenant Fain testify on the stand. He saw it. They don't even put their lead detective on the stand in a homicide case. Never heard of it, ever. The state fire marshal report tests 3 things. Gravesite, no accelerant used, no ignitable fluid used. They don't show it to us. And then they don't want us to display it to you. Why? Because they know. If you have reason to doubt the burning, you have reason to doubt the signs of life. After they broke.
I apologize for interrupting. Ladies and gentlemen, the fire marshal's report is not evidence in this case. And whatever evidence may have been in that report is not for your consideration. You are to disregard the part of the closing argument that refers to that as fact, or the inference that it was hidden from the defense. Mr. Rickers, you may continue.
You heard people testify to it. Lieutenant Fain testified to it. Before I forget, I cannot stand back up. And so just because I don't stand up after Mr. Knippen stands up does not mean that I don't have something to say. The government has the burden of proof, so in closing argument, they get to go first and last. So I don't want you all to think that I don't have something to say. That's not why I'm not standing back up. With jury service comes significant power. And I can tell that you all take your jobs very, very seriously. And you will soon have the power to start the healing process or to destroy. Annabelle has still not been returned to the Richardson family. And your verdict in here today will last forever. It is extremely, extremely rare that a verdict is ever overturned at any point. It will be final.
Objection.
Sustained. Jury will treat their verdict as if it is going to be final.
Pretty soon you'll have 3 jobs to do. The first job will be to listen to the law that the judge gives you. And he'll give you jury instructions. And that's the law in the case, what the judge gives you. Nothing else. We all come in here with different thoughts about the law, what it should be. But the law that you all swore an oath to follow will be what the judge gives you. And he'll give you those instructions, and you can read along with them as he reads them aloud to all of us, and you can actually take them back into the deliberation room with you. The second job you'll have to do is to explain to each other why you think the facts of the case are what they are, and applying those to the law in the deliberation room. And then third, you'll be asked to render a lawful verdict that follows the law that the judge gives you. So for the next few minutes, I want to talk about some of the jury instructions that you will get, some that you have not heard from the prosecution. Can we toggle the HDMI, please? Thank you. Now the first, I know that's hard probably to see. You'll have this. First instruction, and we've heard a lot about it, is burden of proof. The defendant is presumed innocent until guilt is established beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant must be acquitted unless the state produces evidence which convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt of every essential element of the offense charged. And it's their burden. It's the prosecutor's burden. My fear sometimes with burden is that every day in our life, if we have two parties that are in dispute, that we typically in our everyday life, we say, well, who's more right? Is party A more right than party B, or is party B more right than party A? But in the law, criminal law, remember when we talked in Gordire about Lady Justice and she was blindfolded with the scales? If money is at stake, that is the case. It's just ever so slightly tilted. It's called preponderance, more likely than not. When the government comes into our homes to try to take our children away, it's clear and convincing evidence. Those scales must be tipped much further. But the highest burden in the land, before you strip someone of their liberty in a criminal case, it is beyond a reasonable doubt. It is the highest. Next slide, please. Reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is present when you, after having carefully considered and compared all the evidence, cannot say you are firmly convinced of the truth of the charge. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. Reasonable doubt is not mere possible doubt, because everything related to human affairs, or depending on moral evidence, is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof of such character that an ordinary person would be willing to rely and act upon it in the most important of the person's own affairs. Now, a very critical instruction in this case, and that you didn't hear when you heard about the child endangering and a lack of treatment that the prosecutor just told you, is an instruction regarding proof beyond a reasonable doubt, meaning you would need proof, you would have to not have any doubt of a live birth. Objection. Overruled. Next slide, please. This is the instruction that you will get, and it will be in the natural consequences paragraph. With respect to the charges of aggravated murder, involuntary manslaughter, and child endangering, the defendant cannot be found guilty of any criminal behavior with respect to her unborn child while she is pregnant. As I told you, and this is the judge, as I told you in my initial voir dire, the most frequent example of this, which is not an allegation in this case, is where an expectant mother takes illegal drugs and the child is born addicted to those drugs or dies as a result of that drug usage. The mother in that example cannot be prosecuted for endangering or killing her unborn child. Likewise, it is not a crime for the defendant not to obtain prenatal care or for her to do things while pregnant that may be harmful or injure her unborn child. In order to find the defendant guilty of aggravated murder, involuntary manslaughter, and or child endangering, the state of Ohio must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the child alleged to be the victim in this case was born alive. And you'll get these instructions. I created, because this is not typically how we think, and this case has gone in an odd fashion. The prosecutor has attempted to poke holes in the defense. Usually it's the opposite. Usually the prosecutor has science and the defense tries to debunk the science. This case it's been almost the opposite. The prosecutor's like, well, we're poking some holes in the defense. So I created, next slide, please. And Your Honor, the slide that's on there is the same as these. Can everyone see this? So this goes with that instruction that I just read to you aloud about a live birth. And it goes to the burden beyond any reasonable doubt. So if you believe that we've proven there's a stillbirth, obviously not guilty verdict. If you think it is highly unlikely there was a live birth, not guilty. Less than likely there was a live birth, not guilty. There probably was not a live birth, not guilty. I think it is unlikely there was a live birth, not guilty. I do not know if there was a live birth, not guilty. Maybe a live birth, not guilty. I think possibly a live birth, not guilty. I think probably a live birth. That's not guilty. Live birth is likely, not guilty. Live birth is highly likely, not guilty. The clear and convincing evidence isn't even as high as reasonable doubt. Clear and convincing live birth is a not guilty verdict. And by the way, I believe Skyler had a stillbirth, but what I have got to do, my job, is to explain the burden of proof. As the judge talked to us in Bordier about 100 people, and if 99 are guilty and 1 is innocent, our law, people have fought for this. Our soldiers have fought to keep us a free country for our Fifth Amendment rights. Our law would prefer to let all 100 go than to entrap an innocent. That's why we have this high burden of proof in criminal cases. But it's not the way we normally think in everyday life. Another way to think about the burden of proof and reasonable doubt is, imagine with me, you have a box, okay? And you put this box somewhere that you know it cannot be tampered with or opened. And you put a cat and a mouse in a box, okay? You leave for 10 minutes and you come back. And you know no one's tampered with the box. You open up the box and the cat's in there and the mouse is gone. Beyond a reasonable doubt, the cat ate the mouse. The mice just don't disappear out of thin air. But let's assume the same set of facts and you walk away for 10 minutes. And you come back and there's a hole in the box. Maybe the mouse ate a hole in the box and walked out. Maybe the cat ate a hole in the box and the mouse walked out. Maybe the cat ate the mouse. But you have reason to doubt. You have reasonable doubt as to whether or not the cat ate the mouse. The important part of this is that one hole, one reason to doubt is a not guilty verdict on those top 3 counts as it relates to live birth. And that's the law, and you'll have it in your hands. You can each have different reasons to doubt. Your reason to doubt can be different than his reason to doubt. You can have more than one, but if you have one, you have reasonable doubt as to a live birth. I put together some of my thoughts, and again, you can disagree with these, you can have your own. Slide, please. Intrauterine growth restriction. We've heard a lot about it. And the prosecutor fought really hard on the 32 centimeter fundal height measurement that Dr. Andrews said he's taken thousands of fundal height measurements, and every time he uses a measuring tape. But they fought hard. They said they fought hard for a reason. The doctor, you'll see on page, it's either 25 or 35 of the Hilltop records, you'll have it. He took 2 measurements that day. One was a fundal height measurement that he took with his hands, meaning with a measuring tape. And the other he did, and it says US transabdominal. It's a transabdominal ultrasound. He took that, which is subjective, by the way. It's not that accurate. But he took that by taking an image, an ultrasonic image of Skyler's belly and Annabelle. And he also estimated in that Skyler was 32 weeks. But he also did the measurement, 32 centimeters, which we've heard. Every doctor agreed that when you do a fundal height measurement and when you write something down to a precise centimeter, you You do it with a measuring tape. But they fought it and they fought it and they fought it. If I told you I made this podium by hand, made by hand, and the prosecutor thought it would hurt their case, they'd stand up here and say, you didn't use a saw. You didn't use a saw. You said you did it by hand. It defies our common sense and logic. But they fight us on it because they know it gives us reason to doubt. Growth restriction. We can look. I mean, some of these witnesses that came in, they have no motivation to lie. These teachers and counselors, they had no idea Skyler was pregnant, let alone 9 months pregnant. We can see that with our own eyes. She was growth restricted. Next slide, please. White. Skyler has I think we can all agree that prior to May 7th, Skyler had never seen a dead baby. And she's asked, what color? She doesn't say purple or bluish or pink, as babies are. She says white, I think. White. Never cut the umbilical cord. Very clear throughout both interviews. Never had to cut the cord. Skyler, medical significance of that, Skyler has no clue. The detective has to tell her what the placenta is in the second interrogation. She has no clue that the umbilical cord carries oxygenated blood from the placenta to the fetus. That a cord either snapping at delivery or in utero is essentially a stillbirth. I mean, that's what happens. When babies don't get that oxygen-rich blood from the placenta, they turn white because they don't have the oxygen and they die. Skyler had no idea what she was saying. In fact, at one point, she thinks she could have hurt Annabelle by not cutting the cord. Next slide, please. Placental abruption, bleeding in the 3rd trimester. Next slide. Skyler goes back to the same OBGYN where her aunt works. Her own aunt works at Hilltop. She knows they know she's pregnant. Her aunt's there. Goes back to the same OBGYN. Skyler's life history. You all heard from people. They're not liars. I don't think anyone thought that they were. A zebra does not change its stripes overnight, as the state would have you believe. No evidence of live birth. Their own doctor, Dr. Latham, who they brought in from out of state. No signs of trauma, no signs of burning. That in and of itself is reasonable doubt. Next slide, please. Skyler's repeated statements in 2 interrogations, they want you to ignore them. Describing a dead baby. Never using the word stillbirth or stillborn, but describing a dead baby. Body just came out of her. She was dead, not breathing, not moving. 17 times denying the fire. A burial with marker and flowers, a flower pot and flowers, and naming her child. They keep talking about concealing and destroying, attempting to lower their burden because the natural decomposition process occurred after you bury someone. Of course. Women who kill their children put flowers on her grave and mark the grave, and they continue to talk about concealing and destroying. And the tampering with evidence charge is gone. Yet they continue to do it. Next slide, please. This is the not guilty instruction. If you find that the state failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any one of the essential elements of any one or more of the offenses charged in the separate counts in the indictment, your verdict must be not guilty as to such offense or offenses according to your findings. Thank you. And that instruction goes with live birth, burden of proof for the top 3 charges. The top 3, and they know it. And that's why they keep doubling down with all of us on the fire. Now, we heard in Bordier, I think when Ms. Kraft was standing up and speaking with us, she said, this isn't a science case. Remember that? I think my dad stood up and he said, this case is all about science. They say this is not a science case. The government, the prosecution, this is not a science case. Why? Because the science doesn't fit in their narrative. It contradicts their story. So they say it's not a science case. What do we have from science? Well, the 32-centimeter fundal height that they want you to question. When Skyler saw Dr. Andrew on April 26th, if you wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt, which is the opposite of the law, Skyler's the only one that gets the benefit. But take the later date of conception that they've been arguing about. They say, ignore our lead detective's report and interview with Trey Johnson as closer in proximity to the time that they would have actually had sex. They want you to ignore it. Trey Johnson says late July, I think last week of July or first week of August. What do you say? Overruled. Science tells us, even on taking their Dr. Latham, the femur length, average femur length, 38 to 40 weeks gestation. So take the middle, 39. When Skyler saw Dr. Andrew on April 26th, she would have been greater than 37 weeks of gestation. Greater than 37 weeks. He measured her at 32. Growth restriction is anything greater than 3. If you take their word for it, their police report, even the latter part of that, as Dr. White did, he put August 7th. He didn't go into July. He said August 7th. So you move that conception date up 2 weeks. Skyler's 39 plus weeks when she's measuring 32. What other science do they want us to ignore? We probably didn't even need science for this. Our common sense, and I don't want to continue to belabor this point, but they want you to ignore the fact that the police report that went out to the media, that they continue to make reference to this cremation and fire that you'll hear with your own ears about the fire in the interrogation. They want you to ignore your common sense and science that a baby or a human being lights on fire. Lights on fire. I mean, it is sad that they can't even come in here and admit the truth. Indications of a stillbirth. It's science. It's the umbilical cord is the lifeline between the placenta and the fetus. They want you to ignore it. White. Medical term for white is pallor. So what do? Well, they bring in a DNA expert who testified well, Amy Gillard. And what does she tell us? Well, no Annabelle blood anywhere in the house, of course. And question. In fact, luminol, if cleaners are used, luminol lights up like a Christmas tree from a cleaner. Not necessarily blood, right? Answer. From their DNA expert. Correct. They can light up from other things besides blood. Cleaners are a big one. Yet they continue to talk about a birth in a bedroom. And they want it both ways. But they cannot have it both ways. In fact, the law says that the only person that gets the benefit of the doubt and the presumption is Skyler. They can't have things both ways. very shortly, you all are going to be back in the deliberation room. And 12 of you will be discussing what a proper verdict is. You all swore an oath to serve on a lawful jury that follows the law. And you each one of you has a right to serve on a jury that follows the law as Judge Oda gives you. And it's a right the prosecutor can't take away from you. I can't take away from you. Not even Judge Oda can take that right away from you. You each have a right to serve on a jury that follows the law and renders a verdict based on the law that Judge Oda gives you. And no other juror can take that right away from you as well. So if you're in the jury room and someone says, well, Skyler should have testified, it's improper. That's not the law. We all have a Fifth Amendment right. Knock on the door, get Mr. Mullins, and he'll get the judge. It is not proper discussion about whether or not Skyler testified. Can you do the next slide, please? You're going to have this instruction in your hand, testimony of defendant. It is not necessary that the defendant take the witness stand in her own defense. She has a constitutional right not to testify. The fact that Ms. Richardson did not testify must not be considered by you for any purpose. You saw what they did to doctors who they subpoenaed in here. You saw what they tried to do about, well, you said by hand, or you saw how they, can you imagine, one manipulative interrogation of Skyler is enough. If someone says the burden is too high, that, well, it's not fair as they suggest because of the natural decomposition process, which happens when you bury people. It's not fair because the state can't prove live birth. It's not the law. The burden beyond a reasonable doubt remains the same. And you all swore an oath to follow that law. Someone says, well, Skyler took birth control or didn't get prenatal care. Again, remind that person of that jury instruction about a live birth. You cannot punish Skyler for not getting prenatal care in the 11 days after she found out she was pregnant. They mentioned yesterday on cross-examination factors that they think contribute to neonaticide. They have the burden of proof. They called a doctor in from out of state, and if they had really thought that any doctor in this entire country, a neonaticide expert, could come in here and help you all make a decision, they could have called him to the stand. They didn't do it. They didn't even call their lead detective to the stand. The prosecutors, we've all heard the statement, have your cake and eat it too. They want it both ways. And we've already talked, and I think you all know, the presumption goes to Skyler. The law says that she gets the benefit, not the prosecutors. They cannot have it both ways. So when they mention all this nonsense about, well, maybe Skyler had her in the bedroom, and then they say, but trust that the baby gurgled. They can't have it both ways. When Miss Kraft was up here talking about 25-inch umbilical cord, and she's like, well, maybe she had her like this, standing up, maybe against a tub or against the wall. We don't know, maybe in the bedroom. But trust that the baby gurgled. Trust what Detective Carter told Skyler about 2 versus 5 minutes in the toilet. They can't have it both ways. The law says Skyler gets the benefit, not the government. They have repeatedly said that Skyler concealed her pregnancy for 9 months. It's not true. And they cannot have this both ways. Skyler she did have a suspicion that she was pregnant, no question, before she went to Dr. Andrew on April 26th. And when she went, she reacted genuinely. And he said that. She was in absolute shock. They can't have it both ways, that she concealed her pregnancy for 9 months and then also have her reacting genuinely when Dr. Andrew confirms that she's pregnant. They also, as they would lead us to believe, that Skyler is sinister, evil, cold-blooded murderer and concealed her pregnancy so that she could kill Annabelle, but then reacts genuinely to the doctor and goes back to the same group. You can't have it both ways. And the law says they can't. Skyler gets the benefit. Dr. Andrew, Ms. Kraft mentioned this in her closing about suicide warnings. You heard Dr. Andrew. You heard him. He said he gives the same information that he gave Skyler to every pregnant woman in her third trimester. They say, trust Skyler when she says kind of big. Trust that, but ignore the 30 times she describes a dead baby. Ignore the 17 times she denies there's a fire, but trust that she says kind of big. Skyler had never given birth before. She gives birth into a toilet with 1-inch water, and a body comes out of her. Of course, Annabelle looked kind of big. My wife gave birth to my daughter on March 2nd of this year. And I had never seen a live birth, ever. And this was 6.5 months ago. My wife was in the hospital with great care, wonderful OBGYNs and nurses around her. There was fetal heart rate monitor. She did not have 6 years of an eating disorder. I can tell you she was not growth restricted. I knew she was pregnant. You could tell. And had the doctors not reacted quickly with a heartbeat monitor they were following my daughter's fetal heart rate, my daughter wouldn't be here today. And when they did an emergency C-section on my wife and pulled my daughter, Johanna, out of my wife, she was blue and purple. And I didn't know that that's what babies are supposed to look like. And I was scared until she let out what Dr. White said is the miracle of life, that wait. The state spent 2 weeks proving that Skyler didn't mourn the way they think she should have mourned. She was texting 2 people who had no idea that she was pregnant. Her mom might have had a suspicion, but didn't know. And Skyler didn't want to talk to her mom or boyfriend about her stillbirth. They didn't know. That doesn't mean she wasn't grieving inside or hurting. Skyler, anytime she had something tragic happen in her life, she focused on the only thing she thought she could control in her life, which was her body and that eating disorder that took over. So they proved that Skyler had a serious eating disorder and didn't mourn the way that they think she should have mourned to her mother and her boyfriend, who didn't even know she had a stillborn. We know, in this case, from their witness, Dr. Latham, no signs of trauma, no signs of violence, no burning. Their witness, Dr. Latham. We know from Professor Hirsch, false confession expert, the Reed method, Reed technique, how susceptible a person can be who is naive, vulnerable, and suggestible. As Dr. Bassman told us, the Reed method creates false confessions and valid ones. And we don't even have to take Dr. Bassman's word for Skyler's suggestibility. We heard from friends and teachers and counselors. You could see her in the interview like a 12-year-old holding Officer Gee and Detective Carter's hand, begging for their hands, asking for a mom. We have proven statements that she made to the detectives false. We know they're false. In our hearts, they know it in their hearts. Dr. White testified, a well-respected obstetrician who's never testified in a criminal case before. He testified. He said to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, Skyler had a stillbirth. Their doctor just said, I don't have enough information, so I disagree with Dr. White. I'm not going to play the interrogation techniques. I'm sorry, the interrogation tapes or clips. Thankfully, you've all seen them now, and you will have them. You will have those in the back when you're deliberating, and you can watch them in entirety, in part, however you choose. And I'm glad that you now have them in their entirety so that they can be put in total context. What you won't have, you won't be able to get at any point, unfortunately, and this is normal in trials, the testimony from all the other witnesses. Trust yourselves. You guys, you've been paying great attention, taking notes. Even those who are not taking notes, I know you're paying a lot of attention. Trust your memories, because you can't, the judge won't give you transcripts of prior testimony or a video of prior testimony. So trust each other, trust what you heard. Don't take it from me, don't take it from the prosecutor. Trust what you heard. Just a few more things before I sit down. If you're back there, a compromise is not a verdict that follows the law. A compromise. Meaning, well, even though we have reasonable doubt as to the live birth, we think Skyler should be convicted of child endangering because maybe it's 10 to 2 to acquit on aggravated murder. So maybe we just compromise and just look at everything as a whole. Each count has to be looked at separately. And if you have reasonable doubt on the live birth, the first 3 counts must be not guilty. Can you do the next slide, please? And this is the instruction that you'll get on that. Consider the counts separately. The charges set forth in each count in the indictment constitute a separate and distinct matter. Except as to the count of involuntary manslaughter, where I already provided you specific instruction on this point, you must consider each count and the evidence applicable to each count separately, and you must state your findings as to each count uninfluenced by your verdict as to any other count. The defendant may be found guilty or not guilty of any one or all the offenses charged. It's essentially don't compromise and look at this as a whole. The 4th count, you have 4 charges, is abuse of a corpse. And it is still a very serious felony. A conviction on that would label Skyler a felon. And the instruction, I think the prosecutor did read you the instruction on that count, is that her conduct, that's the key, her conduct offended the outraged reasonable community sensibilities. I agree the community's been outraged. But they've been outraged because for more than 2 years, the prosecutor's office and the detectives have said, we don't know if Skyler burned her baby alive. She said she lit her baby on fire. So ask yourself why they've been outraged. Because reasonable doubt is so crucial when someone's liberty is at stake, I want to do one other example of what reasonable doubt feels like. And imagine with me, you're in the back. You're in the deliberation room. 12 of you are sitting around the table, and you're talking about what a just verdict is, and you're looking at the law that Judge Oda gives you. And you get a knock. Mr. Mullins gives you a disc. And he puts it in the middle of the table, and he says, we just received this, ladies and gentlemen. It's a video recording of the Richardson household on the early morning hours of May 7th. He just puts it on the table. If you reach for this to play it, you have reasonable doubt as to what occurred, period. That is not a guilty verdict on those first 3 counts. That's what reasonable doubt feels like. Next slide, please.
That was so good. I've never heard that before. Like, that's amazing.
This is my last instruction that I'll read. Consult with one another in the jury room and deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement if you can do so without disturbing your individual judgments. Each of you must decide this case for yourself. You should do so, however, only after discussion of the case with the other jurors. You do not hesitate to change your opinion if convinced that it is wrong. You should not surrender your considered opinion concerning the weight of the evidence, however, in order to be congenial or to reach a verdict solely because of the opinion of other jurors. So if you are not firmly convinced, if you have a reason to doubt the live birth, you have to fight for Skyler. I don't belong in the jury room. I'm sure you all are probably glad that we're not going to be back in the jury room. And this is the hardest part of any case, and that's passing the burden of Skyler on you. I trust you'll find her not guilty.
All right. It looks like we have to go back to the one that doesn't have the greatest volume to go to get the final one from the guy attorney. But I thought that was such a good closing. What did you guys think? I thought it was, I mean, that's one of the better closings that I've seen. The box with the holes in it and the visuals with that, as Mitchell said, looks a little bit like a Lego, but I thought that that was very powerful. The chart that he had. Then the CD thing that he just came out with, I thought that was really good as well. I was very impressed.
And this is the same doctor who came in here and the consequently is stillbirth. How far along she was.
I don't belong in the jury room. I'm sure you all are probably glad that we're.
You have 47 minutes remaining.
Ladies and gentlemen, shortly after murdering her daughter and placing her
Okay, sorry guys, it was
body
freezing
in the
up.
dirt
I think we're good now.
behind their
Okay.
home, Brooke Richardson sent 2 elated text messages to her mother that both contain the phrase, "My belly is back. My belly is back." Ladies and gentlemen, that belly was her child. That belly was her daughter, a daughter with fingers and toes with hair on her head. A child that she tossed into the dirt and didn't even have the decency to wrap her in a blanket to show at least some semblance of respect for that baby girl. A child that meant absolutely nothing to her, as evidenced by her text message just hours later. I'm literally speechless with how happy I am. This photo of Brooke was taken the same day that her daughter died. The same day. So it's easy for her now to come in here and portray herself as someone that loved her daughter and would never hurt her daughter. But we know that that is absolutely not the truth. And we know that because of her statements and her actions before her daughter's death and afterwards. Let's first talk about some of the defense arguments that have been put out in this case. And one of them, they didn't discuss it here in closing arguments, but it's a theme they've tried to weave in, which is she had 10 weeks. She thought she had 10 weeks to tell everyone about what was going on. But we know that's not true, don't we? When she was specifically asked in her first interview about how far along she was, she said she had no clue. She stated, "I'll be completely honest. I didn't listen. I didn't hear." And when asked again, Brooke stated, "I don't know how many weeks I was." And when she was asked, could they have told you maybe 32 weeks? She said, "Maybe. I know that I was far along." So to come in here now and suggest she thought she had 10 full weeks to tell everyone what was going on, that's completely inconsistent with the facts that we know in this case. And remember, our statements are not evidence. The evidence comes from the witness stand and the evidence that's presented. And there's been no evidence to suggest that she thought she had 10 weeks to finally come clean and tell everyone. And if she were going to come clean, what better time than a couple of days after the appointment when her mother gets the email from Hilltop OBGYN that says that she's pregnant. And her mom specifically asks her, "What's this mean? Are you pregnant?" She knew she was pregnant at that time. She knew she was far along. Don't you think if you were going to come clean, if you were going to tell somebody at the point that your mother's specifically asking about it and you know that it's going to happen, that's when you would talk about it if you were ever going to do that. Another argument that the defense makes is that Brooke's daughter was IUGR and was subsequently a stillbirth. There are numerous flaws with this argument, ladies and gentlemen. First, the diagnosis of IUGR was purportedly made based on one measurement in time, just from that April 26th visit with Dr. Andrew. But as you heard, the only way that you can diagnose IUGR is to have multiple measurements over a
Okay. Multiple people wanting to know what the CD thing was. So he grabs like a CD that was on the table and he's like, "Say you're back there in the jury room," and I don't know if it was the bailiff comes back there and puts this CD and he lays it in the middle of the table. And he says to you, "Ladies and gentlemen, this just came in. We just got this. This is on this CD is the early morning hours from the Richardsons' family residence." And he lays it on the table and leaves. He said, if any of you reach for that CD, that's reasonable doubt. In other words, your mind should be so firm in its belief that you don't even need to see what's on that. Like, it wouldn't matter what you saw on that because you just know. That was something I've never Yeah, some of these are, people take the really good illustrations and they reuse them, and that's, something that a lot of great lawyers do, but that's one I had never heard before, and I thought that was pretty powerful. Okay, we'll go back to this.
A lengthy period of time so that you can track the baby's growth. With just one measurement, you have nothing to compare it to, so you don't know whether there's a lag in the baby's growth or not. And that's not coming from me. That's coming from Dr. Brady, the maternal fetal medicine specialist, the specialist that Dr. White, their doctor, sends his patients to consult with if they're a high-risk pregnancy. That's what Dr. Brady told you. And he told you from the information that we had, you can't diagnose IUGR, and you can't say that this child was a stillbirth. In fact, he told you that given her blood work and the information that he reviewed, he would expect that child to still be healthy 2 weeks later at the time that Brooke delivered. It's also interesting in this case that their doctor...
Also, her name is not Brooke. She doesn't go by Brooke. It's on her birth certificate. She doesn't go by it. Like, maybe call her the right name.
The first report said likely complicated by IUGR and significant likelihood of stillbirth with a conception date of August 21st, 2016. But apparently that wasn't good enough for defense counsel, because less than 2 months later, all of a sudden, here comes another report. And this report's a lot more specific. This says definitely stillbirth and definitely IUGR. And now the conception is back in July, when both Brooke and Trey agree they weren't even seeing each other at that time. They didn't have sex until the middle of August. And this is the same doctor who came in here and told you that one of the really significant factors for him in reaching this stillbirth conclusion was how she described the child as really white. Do you all remember when he said that? It's like, oh, it was really white. And she wouldn't have known that. So this really white, that was really significant to me. But that's not what Brooke said. Fortunately, we have the interview. And you're going to have both interviews back there. The only time that Brooke was ever asked.
You are very welcome. Thank you for the super chat.
Was she says, white, I think. And they follow it up. Like, what about her fingers or toes? Did you see any of that? Like, what color was that? I don't remember. This is what we're basing a stillbirth diagnosis from? White? I think? Are you kidding me? Again, you have to look at people's credibility. You have to assess their qualifications. Dr. White is a general OBGYN who says that on his second go-around, second report to defense counsel, he can say this baby is a stillbirth. And you have Dr. Brady, a maternal fetal medicine specialist, who says that that diagnosis of IUGR cannot be made based on the information that both doctors reviewed. And finally, the last point I want to make about this IUGR is that the only person who ever saw this child after she came out of the womb was Brooke Richardson. She's the only person that ever saw this child. And this is someone who worked in Child Watch and someone who has watched 6-week-old babies of all sizes, big, medium, small. And how did she describe the size of her own baby? If you remember, she even sounded a little bit surprised when she was asked about it. When she was asked about the size of the baby, she said she was kind of big. But what did Dr. White say about that statement? He said that he didn't really give any weight to that statement. Why? She has experience working with babies. Even Brooke, with no medical experience whatsoever, knows whether a baby is big or not. And the funny thing is, when most people see a baby, when they look at them, a new infant, what do they always say? What's the common reaction? Oh, they're so small, they're so tiny.
Not if it just came out of a JJ, sir.
Big.
Okay?
But the doctor discounted that statement from the only person that ever saw the baby alive. And you want to know why he discounted it? Because it didn't fit their narrative. It's hard to come in here and say that this was an extremely small IUGR baby if the baby is kind of big. But he was willing to give weight to all of the other descriptors that Brooke was willing to give about signs of life or a lack of signs of life. And he was willing to come in here and accept Brooke's diagnosis that this child was a stillborn, but not rely on her statements about whether the child was big. Again, this doctor simply discounted the things that didn't fit their narrative and only tried to latch on to the things that did. That's not reliable. That's not to any reasonable degree of medical certainty. And Dr. Brady, the maternal fetal medicine specialist, called him out on it. Another argument is that this case is the result of a false confession. And they even brought a false confession expert in here to tell you about techniques that can lead to false confessions. But what did he really have to say? He said, when you're looking at a statement, you evaluate it with all of the other circumstances surrounding the crime. That's just telling you to use your common sense, ladies and gentlemen. And when you view the statements made by the defendant in the context of the other information that we know, that she didn't want her child, that she looked for ways to get rid of her child, that she disposed of her child in the backyard without telling anyone, there's no question that her child was born alive in the early morning hours of May 7th. Another big argument from the state or from the defense is the state's expert got it wrong about the charring of the bones of the infant. First, this anthropologist wasn't one of the state's experts. She was hired by the coroner's office. And the coroner's office is not even affiliated with the state. And she did get it wrong about whether there was evidence of burning on the bones. But the state never hid that fact. As you saw, that was provided to defense counsel. And then additionally, the state went out and retained their own expert to get an objective opinion. And that report was turned over to defense counsel. And then we actually called her to the stand so that you could see her testify. And when she was called to the stand, she said the same thing as all the other experts. There was no evidence of charring to the bones. That doesn't mean that there wasn't some evidence of burning to the tissue, and that because of Brooke's deliberate actions of burying the baby in the yard, we can't say anything with respect to a medical or scientific cause of death. That's what all of them have said. So you have to look at other circumstances. They also want to talk about that the anthropologist says there's no identifiable trauma to these bones before the baby died. But again, that conveniently leaves out that she also told you, just from looking at the remains, which is all we were left with, you can't say if a child was drowned. You can't say if a child was suffocated. No one was alleging that this child's skull was smashed in. Rather, the most obvious cause of death here would be drowning or suffocation in order to silence the baby as soon as she came out. There's a suggestion here that there's reasonable doubt due to the lack of scientific or medical evidence. The reason that there's no exact medical or scientific cause of death is because of the deliberate actions of the defendant. The defendant's entire purpose of concealing her daughter and burying her in the backyard without telling anyone was so that no one would ever be able to run a test on that child. That was her purpose. So now to come in here and ask to be rewarded for that fact, to be rewarded for the fact that she was able to conceal that child for 2 months in the ground, that's unbelievable. So if you're back there in the jury room having discussions about the medical and scientific evidence regarding the cause of death, remember why you don't have that evidence. Remember who's responsible for that. It's not the state of Ohio.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
It's the defendant, Ms. Richardson. And you'll get an instruction from the court. It's called a consciousness of guilt instruction. And if you find that she concealed this evidence to hide evidence of the crime that she committed, you're allowed to consider that when making a determination about her guilt or not. So as we talked about in voir dire, you have to look at all the surrounding circumstances. And all of the surrounding circumstances and her actions point to this child being alive. Now let's talk about their expert psychologist, Dr. Bassman, who testified yesterday. In his first assessment that he did with Brooke, the assessment concluded that her primary concern in terms of her intense fear of rejection and disapproval and abandonment was related to her family. That assessment was based on the self-reporting by Ms. Richardson. But did you notice in the report that he tried to submit to the court and he tried to give to all of us? He changed that, didn't he? He changed the language from family to authority figures. And he tried to say that this fear of rejection and disapproval was so significant that she would just agree to whatever law enforcement was saying to her because she was so afraid. But we know again that this assessment and her fear were with respect to her own family. So you have to ask yourself, why did he make that change and come in here and try to suggest to you that it related to authority figures when he knew, they knew, that it related to her fear from her mother and Brandon? And this wasn't just a regular fear. The doctor says that she had an intense fear of abandonment, disapproval, and rejection by her mother and by Brandon, the two people that mattered the most to her. And I have to tell you, I absolutely agree with that. I do believe she had an intense fear regarding that. And because of that fear, she would engage in extreme behavior if she was under a significant amount of stress. And we know she was under stress at that point. She was pregnant by a boy that she wanted nothing to do with. She was terrified of losing Brandon. And she was so fearful of her mom's disappointment in her if she were in fact pregnant. Her stress was through the roof. And as a result, she engaged in extreme behavior due to her fears of being rejected and abandoned by the two people that mattered most to her. And that fear of disapproval, that relates to all of the character witnesses that came in here as well. They all told you that she had this image of having the perfect life. Only Brooke knew that at that time, her walls were crumbling around her. And because she wasn't willing to risk losing that perfect image, she engaged in extreme behavior, just as Dr. Bassman said that she would. Finally, what else did we discuss with Dr. Bassman's testimony? There was discussion about the fact that he didn't even consider that she was displaying all of the traits of someone who commits neonaticide, which is the killing of an infant on the day of its birth by mothers who deny that they are pregnant and cause death by suffocation, drowning in the toilet, or strangulation. And he told you he was familiar with the author of that article, Dr. Resnick, and he was even familiar with the term neonaticide. And Ms. Kraft discussed all of the factors that go into play of a neonaticide killer. Younger, late teen female, check. No psychotic symptoms or psychosis, check. No criminal history, check. No attempt at abortion, check. No relationship with the father of the child, check. Inability to reveal the pregnancy to her mother, check. Child is an obstacle to parental goals, check. Child not wanted, check. Denial of pregnancy, check. Gave birth alone, at home, with other family members present in the home, check. And what did Dr. Bassman say when confronted with all these factors? He commented that it appeared to be an old article. And then he was shown a peer-reviewed scholarly article from 2010 examining the 40-year history of neonaticide. And so you have to ask yourself, why didn't he take those factors into consideration when he was looking at her personality traits? So let's talk about the facts in this case that show that she murdered her child. As we've said all along, this case is based on circumstantial evidence. And if you remember from voir dire, there's a difference between direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is an eyewitness to the crime, somebody who saw what happened and can take that witness stand and tell you, I saw Tommy hit Joey. That's direct evidence. Circumstantial evidence is when you look at all of the surrounding facts and you're able to infer the existence of another fact. In this case, there is no eyewitness that can tell you that they watched Brooke Richardson kill her daughter. She didn't tell anyone. She didn't wake anybody up. So this is a circumstantial case. But remember, direct evidence and circumstantial evidence are to be weighed equally. They carry the exact same weight. So you can't just go back into the jury room and say, I just want to look at one thing to tell me whether she killed her child or not, because that's not how a circumstantial case works. You have to look at all of the surrounding factors when making your decision. You have to look at the entire picture. One of the best ways I like to look at circumstantial evidence is to compare it to a puzzle. When you're putting together all of the pieces of a puzzle, you can start to form the big picture even before that puzzle is formed, can't you? And even when you're getting close to having that puzzle put together, even if you're missing a couple of pieces of the puzzle, you're still able to determine what the picture is, what's being depicted in the image. That's the same concept as circumstantial evidence. From looking at all of the surrounding circumstances, are you able to conclude what happened in the case, even if you do not have every single fact? And from looking at all of the circumstances, can you put the puzzle together? Can you make the picture? So let's look at this puzzle and see whether, when we put all of the pieces together, you have a clear idea of what happened. What's the first pieces we're going to start with? What do we know right at the outset? We know that she didn't want the baby. We know that because it was an unwanted pregnancy. She only had a very brief relationship with Trey. She stopped talking to him, hadn't seen him since August. So that's one thing we know. We know she had an intense fear that her boyfriend Brandon would leave her because she was pregnant. And that's not me saying that. You know the best way to know what somebody's thinking, ladies and gentlemen? It's to look at their text messages, to see what's going on in their mind at the time. And what did she text Brandon after her secret was exposed? She said, I love you. I'm so sorry that I never told you. Please understand that I was scared and worried and so scared of losing you. Third, she specifically told us in the very first interview she didn't want this child. She stated, I didn't really want to have my baby, but I couldn't get rid of it. So these are the very first pieces of the puzzle. The understanding that unquestionably she did not want that baby. The second piece of the puzzle then is that she looked for ways to get rid of the baby. And that makes sense. That follows naturally from the first pieces. If she knew that she didn't want the baby but couldn't get rid of it, she needs to start looking at ways. Is there anything I can do to get rid of it? And we know that she did that because she told the detectives that. She said she researched how to have an abortion without going to the doctor. She said she looked at ways and researched ways of how to get rid of a baby. And when the detective even asked her, like, so when you say that, she's like, geez, that sounds really bad, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. And we know that she did it because she knew there were ways that she saw. She told the detective there was like, it gave you different things to do, and like different pills or different things to do, and like different ways, but I never did any of those things. Clearly, she looked up these things. All of those things don't just come up by typing in a search in Google. She had to go to the actual websites to see them. And we know then that she deleted the contents of her phone. You have to ask yourself, why would she do that? Why did she delete all of the searches? Why did she delete all of the text messages between her and Brandon and her and her mother? What was she so afraid of? The next piece of the puzzle relates to her fear to tell anyone that she was pregnant. She was told repeatedly by her doctor to tell someone about what was going on, but she was adamant that she could not. And so she kept this secret all to herself, feeling trapped and feeling isolated, and feeling so desperate that she started researching how to get rid of a baby. And she already knew what her mother's reaction was going to be. She knew that because her mom told her in a text message. When her mom thought she was pregnant, she said, it would ruin your life. It would ruin your future. Think about what effect that has on someone who has an intense fear of disapproval from her mother. To go along with keeping her secret inside, the next piece of the puzzle relates to her planning and preparation for the child, which there was none. She never followed up with Hilltop OBGYN. She never started her prenatal care. She didn't look for anything for that baby. She didn't have a car seat. She didn't have a crib. She didn't have any of the things that you would expect an expectant mother to have. She didn't even have somebody lined up to take care of the child if she decided that she wanted to give it up for adoption. She had done nothing. Another big piece of the puzzle is the defendant's actions in the concealment and destruction of evidence after her daughter's birth. What do we know? First, we know that she buried the baby so that no one could do any testing on the child. What else do we know? She got rid of the towels and the mess. And what's interesting here is when her dad asked her about that, he says, did you throw it away at our house or someplace else? And what was Brooke's response to him? It was someplace else. Why would you do that? That shows a level of thought and planning that you wouldn't expect from just a scared teenager that purportedly had a stillbirth. Additionally, she moved her bed to cover that large blood stain. And she doesn't move the bed until after her first interview with the police on July the 14th. Sometime after that interview, she moved her bed. And this movement of her bed directly covers a large blood stain with her DNA and a minor component of DNA from someone else, but there wasn't enough to test it. And you have to remember, where did Dr. Boyce say that Brooke first told her she delivered that baby? Dr. Boyce, when she was interviewed by Detective Carter 2 days after her appointment with the defendant, she acknowledged that she told the detective that Brooke told her she delivered in her bedroom. And look at the placement of the stain in relation to where her bed was at that time. And consider the picture that Deputy Smith said appeared to be a torso right on that spot on the floor. They can come in here all they want and say, well, she said cleaning fluid can also lighten up luminol. But what else do we know? What was conveniently left out of that from Amy Dallaire? She tested this. That swab, that area where it's lit up, it was tested. And it came back as blood. This wasn't cleaning supplies. This was specifically tested. And it came back as blood. And the DNA on it was Brooke Richardson's and a minor component that there wasn't enough to test. Next, we have her bloody footprints from going to the bedroom in the direction towards the bathroom. And why is that significant? Shows you that she's been lying about this from the very beginning. And if she made up her mind to lie about where the delivery occurred, you have to ask yourself why. Why would she make that up? And you have to then wonder whether you can trust anything that she says. Why lie about the location of the birth of your daughter if it was a stillborn? What would be another piece of the puzzle that you would want to look at? You'd want to look at her mood and feelings afterwards, wouldn't you? So first you have her reaction that she tried to show to the detectives, where she's crying and she's like, I loved her. I would never harm her. So that's one reaction that was presented to you today. But compare that to the text messages that she wrote before any police involvement in this case, back when she thought she got away with the whole thing. What does she say? I'm literally speechless with how happy I am. My belly is back, OMG. I'm never, ever, ever, ever letting it get like this again. You're about to see me looking freaking better than before, OMG. That was just hours after her daughter died. An hour after that text message comes another one. I'm literally so excited now just for dinner to wear something cute. Yay. My belly is back. Now I am taking this opportunity to make it amazing. The defense has tried to make this suggestion. She sends these kind of text messages all the time. That doesn't make any sense. What's her belly back from? She specifically says, my belly is back. Her belly is back because her child is no longer there. And she is thrilled about that fact. She then sends another text message to Brandon, same morning after her daughter's dead. I'll tell you about it later, but last night was like the worst ever, and I didn't go to sleep until 5:30, but I feel so much better this morning. I'm happy. One day after putting her daughter in the ground, she sends another text message. Great. I feel like a literal new person. I'm confident and happy. I've been strutting down every hallway, killing it, and have been thinking about how awesome I'm going to look this summer. Think about those texts. Which do you think more accurately reflects her feelings? The crocodile tears in the interrogation room when the police are talking to her about it, or the text messages when she thought she had gotten away with it? Which do you think is the better representation of her feelings at the time? Jonah, can I ask how much time I have?
You have until 10:47.
Okay, thank you. Another piece to the puzzle.
You have no time. Your time is up because we're done. We're tired of hearing from you.
She never told anyone about her child after its death. If it was truly a stillborn, why not tell your mother? If it was truly a stillborn, why not go to the doctor and get checked out and examined to make sure that you don't have any injuries or complications? The defense argues, well, she went back to the same practice. She was ready to disclose that day. She was ready to come clean. We know that's not the truth. She didn't go into that doctor's office wanting to disclose. She only said that when she was confronted. And even after she was confronted, she still told Dr. Boyce that she didn't want her mother to know. If it was up to the defendant, Dr. Boyce would have never called the police, and that child would still be 2 inches in the dirt back behind their home. So let's not all pretend that on July the 12th, she was ready to come clean and tell everyone and get this burden off her chest, because we know that's not true. So we have all of these pieces of the puzzle, and now the image is really starting to become clear, isn't it? What do we know? She didn't want it. She couldn't get rid of it. She researched ways to get rid of it. Never told anyone about it. Lied and concealed it. No preparations or planning for it. Upon having it, buried it in the backyard. Destroyed and disposed of any evidence of it. Was happy after it died. And never told her family about it after its death. And ladies and gentlemen, the reason I'm using it here as opposed to Brooke's daughter is because that is how Brooke described her daughter throughout the entire first interview. You'll have that. Go back and watch it. Every time she talks.
Okay, I'm sorry. I have to pause it there. He was getting on my last nerves calling it. I don't care if the mother calls it. It is not appropriate or professional for an attorney to refer to the baby that you are prosecuting someone for allegedly unaliving to call it the entire trial or the entire closing. That is disgusting. Okay. And yeah, she called it because guess what? Girlfriend didn't know she had a baby. She had a couple weeks to process it, if that, 10 days, I think, before she gave birth to it. She had no bond with it because she didn't know she had one. And who knows how long it was not feasible in her belly. So yeah, she didn't have those things like kicks and stuff towards the end of her pregnancy and all of that. So yeah, she didn't form a bond with it. This is not any kind of a case where that is where that's surprising. Now, another case where the mom supposedly loved the baby and it was alive for a while and blah 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 blah. Yeah, that becomes a big old issue if you're calling it. The child was a child herself, didn't know, she didn't even have time to process that she was having one, much less the baby wasn't alive when it was born. But for you to get up there and act like it's okay for you to call, I feel like he caught himself saying it a couple times and then he just made that up on the fly to try to make it better or something. That's so gross. I don't know. I can't stand this guy. Ugh.
Talked about her daughter. It was it. It wasn't until the second interview, after the police were involved, that all of a sudden her daughter had a name, and it was Annabelle. So when you have all of those pieces of the puzzle, you can see what's happening here. But we haven't even got to the final piece yet. The single most insightful piece of evidence in this case. And that's the 5 minutes leading up to her daughter's birth. She knew she was going to deliver. She told the detectives that, and she told Dr. Boyce that. She knew what was happening. She'd been having contractions since the Friday. And so what happens in the minutes leading up to her daughter's birth when she knows that baby is going to come out and she can't conceal it anymore? What does she do? Because this is how you know what her true intentions were. She didn't call 911. She didn't go to the hospital. She didn't wake up her parents. She didn't wake up her brother. So you have to ask yourself why. What would be the point of that? Of not requesting help at that point when you know you were giving birth. You are at that point, you know you can't conceal the baby anymore. And you don't still know at that point when she was getting ready to deliver, she doesn't know if she's going to deliver a live baby or not. You would think she would have to assume this baby's going to come out alive and it's going to start making noise. So why not get your parents? That's certainly better than knocking on the door and waking them up as you're holding this baby. And not only did Brooke not ask for help, but she committed herself to staying quiet during the entire labor process. Why? Why was she so motivated? And that was not my word. That was Dr. Boyce's word. When she talked about labor being a horrific process, she said you would have to be motivated to stay silent through it. So what was her motivation to stay so silent when she knew that she was going into labor? There's only one reason that you wouldn't ask for help at that point. Only one reason you would force yourself to give birth in silence. And that's because that child was never going to see the light of day. And that decision is confirmed when you look at her actions immediately following her birth. She's never delivered a baby before. She doesn't know what a baby's supposed to look like. So if this child came out not breathing, as Brooke would have you believe, why is she not trying to get it help? What mother doesn't think that they want to get help for their baby immediately upon her birth if she thinks something's wrong? Brooke's not a doctor. She has no medical training. This is someone who the defense contends didn't even know she was pregnant until 8 months. But now we are going to accept her medical opinion of a stillbirth? You have to be kidding me. Any mother in that situation, if they believe that their baby is in trouble, if they believe that their baby is in danger, would be begging for help. They would be screaming to anybody that would listen, please come help my daughter. That's if you truly wanted to save her. What does Brooke do? Nothing. She doesn't call for help. She doesn't wake her parents. She doesn't do anything. She doesn't even engage in any life-saving measures for the baby. She did nothing. And when you look at
Jeannie, thank you so much for becoming a new member. You're now going to have access to all the different photos that I share with the members. I'm big on photography, so you will be able to check all of those little goodies out now. Thank you so much.
all of those pieces of the puzzle, ladies and gentlemen, you're able to see the big picture now. You're able to know exactly what happened in this case. The puzzle shows you exactly what happened. The evidence shows that she clearly murdered this child. There is no other explanation for all of her actions and inactions. But even if some of you are back in the jury room struggling about whether she purposely murdered her daughter, there is no question, none, that she is guilty of involuntary manslaughter and endangering children. There can be absolutely no excuse for not helping her daughter after that child was born alive. Even if you accept the argument that the child was in distress upon birth, everyone can agree that she should have tried to get that baby help. She should have called 911. She should have got her parents. She should have gotten medical assistance for the child. There can be no reason, no justification for just lying there and not lifting a single finger to help her. And this wasn't just a stranger to the child, this was her mother. And she didn't do anything. She medically diagnosed her as a stillborn and buried her in the backyard without telling anyone. At a bare minimum, this is endangering children and involuntary manslaughter. No question that she violated her duty of care, protection, and support to her daughter. But this was about more than just not getting her daughter assistance. This was about ending her daughter's life. Brooke's decision not to ask for help when she was going into labor and her motivation to remain quiet during the birthing process proves this child was never going to be allowed to live. She didn't just get lucky that a child that she didn't want, made no plans for, and told no one about, just
Welcome, Kat Randall. Apparently, Veda knew you were here because she started coming up and showing off for you. Thank you. And thank you so much for gifting one Common Sense Investigator membership. Thank you so much. And it doesn't tell me who got it. So congratulations to the lucky person. You also now have access to the members only pictures that I share with the members. So thank you so much. And I'm glad you were able to catch it live.
happened to come out stillborn in the middle of the night under the cover of darkness. This is someone who actively researched how to get rid of a baby and then made it happen by killing her and burying her in the backyard. And now she comes to you when she's caught in her web of lies and deception, and she asks you to believe that this was all just luck. All of the stars didn't just align, ladies and gentlemen, for her to have a stillborn child that she didn't want, told no one about, made no preparations for, and concealed and buried her in the backyard, all so that she could maintain the appearance and the image of her perfect life. That's not reasonable doubt. That's not doubt based on reason and common sense. That's ridiculous. That would be holding us to a standard of proving this case to you beyond all possible doubt, which the judge will tell you is not the standard. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. And are you firmly convinced of the truth of the charge? And ladies and gentlemen, if you want to know how Brooke Richardson truly felt about her daughter, don't take it from me. Don't take it from Mr. Ritkers. You don't even have to look at the interrogation tapes. If you want to know how she truly felt about her daughter after just putting her in the ground,
Kat, that's wild. I've never seen that happen at all. Kat's like, I'm trying again. So she gifted another Common Sense Investigator membership. Thank you so much. Who got it? Do we know? For some reason, I can't see. If I'm in someone else's chat, I can see it, but in my own, it's weird. I don't know. That is hilarious that you got it yourself. But congratulations to the other lucky person this time. Thank you for your generosity, Kat. You're awesome. Thank you.
what was her reaction before she was ever charged, before she ever spoke with the police? Back when she thought she got away with everything, how did she feel? I'm literally speechless with how happy I am.
And just as quietly and annoyingly as it started, it ended because it was a terrible closing. That was very underwhelming, annoying, and I to agree he lost the jury. Like, in fact, if I was on that jury, I would have started to get extremely annoyed. Okay, so they deliberated for 4 hours. I looked it up. For an 8-day trial, that is a quick deliberation. So, that speaks volumes. And who's ready for the verdict? I know I am. I'll just let you know it's like an emotional one, so like it's a good one. Okay. Let's find it. One moment. Okay. Okay. It's online crime, so that's good. We should have good volume. Yes, we do. All right. Okay. Share screen. Oh, no, not that one. That's super annoying. Okay, wait. Okay, here we go. This is the right one. Okay. Got it. All right, here we go, guys. Law and disorder. I'm sorry that you got hacked. That's terrible. That stresses me out just thinking about it. Yes, I do. You're very kind. You don't have to, but they're very much appreciated. The little icon thingy up there should take you to like my Cash App, I think it is. And you're more than welcome to do that, but it's not expected by any means, but much appreciated. So thank you so much. And I'm so glad that you joined us today, and your humor was much appreciated. I don't. Okay, yeah, the volume just kicked in. Okay.
All right, Mr. Mullins, go get the jury. You may be seated. Who has been selected as the foreperson for our jury? All right, ma'am, has the jury reached a verdict in the case?
We have.
Without disclosing the nature of the verdict, were you able to follow, was everybody able to follow my instructions while you were deliberating?
Yes,
sir.
Were you able to remain free from any outside contact, communication, or influence during the deliberation process?
Yes, sir.
All right, please hand the verdict forms to Mr. Mullins. In advance of the reading of the verdict, I want to thank each of you for your service. After this, you will be discharged from your service. You'll be returned to the jury room, reunited with your electronic devices. I have a couple of minutes that I would like to talk to you, and then we will get you on your way. You will be able to speak with anybody about the case that you would like, but you are not required to do so. Whether you decide to speak to anybody is a matter of your own free choice. In the above captioned case, find the defendant, Skyler Richardson, not guilty of the offense of aggravated murder, and there appear to be 12 jury signatures affixed. Verdict form 2. I'd wish to have the jury polled. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you will now be returned to the jury room. Thank you for your service. Mr. Mullins is going to give you back your phones and such, and I will see you. You may be seated. We are on the record outside the presence of the jury. Anything additional from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything additional from the defense?
No, Judge.
The court will order that the verdict forms be filed. I will draft an entry accepting the verdict forms. I'm going to set this matter for sentencing tomorrow at 11 o'clock. I will order a pre-sentence investigation between now and then. So court services will conduct a pre-sentence investigation. They can tell me that they can get that done between now and tomorrow. Bail for the defendant is hereby revoked pending sentencing. We'll see everybody tomorrow at 11 o'clock. That's all.
To see.
Okay. Baby.
There he is. Suck on that. Prosecute somebody who's actually worthy of it, sir. Okay. Let's chat. All right. So let me stop sharing this so it's off the screen. Okay. Yes, so not guilty. She was facing life in prison, obviously. So she got found guilty of misuse of a court or not misuse. Oh, what was it? Why did I just said it? What? Oh my God! Someone help me out. Why am I blanking here? Is it misuse of? No. Why am I blanking? Oh my goodness. Abuse of a corpse. Okay. Got it. Yep. So, which I mean, there's nothing to argue about that. She did, she buried the baby. Now do I think she did it maliciously? No. I think she thought that was an okay thing to do. I mean, like I said, I do think, like he said, she was not the age that she was, like, mentally. I don't think maturity wise she was a 17-year-old. So, we can't do that, but again, big lesson learned. She has no criminal history, so she got probation, I think for a year to I think it was a year. And then after that, because I know people were asking about backstories. So during this time, she was out on bail. She couldn't find a job because this whole thing in the news talking about birding a baby, all of this stuff, she couldn't work. So she was pretty much just, doing nothing, awaiting her trial. And during that time, her attorneys hired her at their firm to do like reception work, filing and things like that. So that she was able to get out of the house and have a little job and stuff. And I know she became very close to the attorneys and their families. It was said that she wanted to go to law school to become a defense attorney. And that just like gives me all the warms and fuzzies and all of that because of what was done to her. And so I believe that is what she was doing. They, I guess, appealed to the court after that probation period to have her record expunged. And because, she didn't have any priors or anything like that, it was granted. So I believe after that, she was able to enroll in like a law school. So I'm not sure if she's currently enrolled in it. But when I looked it up, that was currently what she was still planning on doing. But I know like she's stayed extremely under the radar. Like, I don't think she even has like a social media today, like even 6 years later. Whew, yawning over here. And it basically ruined her reputation. Even though, I don't know, just the guilt of even bearing the baby now that she's older is probably like, also, I can't imagine probably eating out of her. But I'm so happy that she was found not guilty of the really, really serious charges. Let's see. Yes, thank you. I was completely blanking. Oh, hold on. Let me see. Let me see. Yes, I did. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You're so kind. And we were so happy to have you joining us today. Law and Disorder. Hopefully you come back and hang with us some more. Your comments were cracking me up, and hopefully that your your martinis were good. But I did receive your Cash App, so thank you so much. It is much appreciated. What was it a felony charge that she can't practice? I believe it was, yes, but it was because she had no history whatsoever. It was expunged. So now she well, this was I want to say this was a couple years ago that they asked for it to be expunged, and it was granted. And I know there were some people who felt like, oh, it shouldn't be expunged. I was like, are you kidding me? Absolutely. This kid wants to go to law school, and, please expunge away, like, she is of no danger to anyone. That's what we really should be concerned about, is people who are a danger to to the community, to society, all of that. She's not that person. So please expunge away if you want to do that. Um, Zach said, Lauren, it was a great trial where first someone seems 100% guilty and then the facts don't back it up. Makes me think about media reporting. Yeah, Zach, and that's exactly it. That's why I wanted to share this one with you. And like, I wanted to get this out there because of this. Because I went into it thinking she was a monster, thinking she did exactly what had been reported on all of the media. Even like Court TV was talking about this, and it sounded completely one way. And then you heard the evidence in court. And I remember like Vinny being like, this is a problem. Like, this is not at all what happens. And they're saying this and all of that. So yeah, it is. And like that's the thing. We can think someone is, it is a very shut and dry case, or not shut and dry. My God, I need to sleep. Cut and dry case. But then we see that the evidence isn't what they said it is. And so it's just a good reminder to us to keep an open mind and, do our own research and stuff before we come to a conclusion. And also to hold them to their standard, because that's really what this is about. Are there some of you who think that the baby possibly could have been alive? Maybe, I don't know. But the bottom line is they didn't even come close to proving that the baby was alive at all, ever. And that's the standard, and you just can't get around that. Like, you cannot charge someone unless you're able to prove your case beyond a reasonable doubt. And there's like so many doubts in this case, and everything goes contrary to that, in my opinion. So thank you, Zach. When my alarm goes off at 3 a.m., will you be streaming again like this morning at 3 a.m.? You baker expert. Great way to get my day started. Probably not. Probably not, but that was a fun stream. Totally didn't expect to. I just decided to go on just because I wanted to let you guys know I'm streaming this today. And then I'm going to be doing Defense Diaries is having a 12-hour fundraiser. And I just want to say too, like, thank you guys for coming and hanging out with me. If anybody is new here, I know there's a couple of names in the chat I didn't recognize. Please subscribe. It's free, and you can get the notifications when we go live so you don't miss it. Now, YouTube's been sketchy, and I'm not getting some notifications, but you're supposed to be able to hit the little notification bell, and it'll tell you every time I go live. So if you're new, thank you. Hit the like and subscribe. It's free, and we have a good time here. We stream trials. We talk about some of the cases. Lately, it's been Massachusetts because, my God, what is not going on in that state? I don't know. We do some fundraising, and we also just have silly streams. Like, we had a Lego stream a couple weeks ago. And we just come on sometimes and we just talk about random things. So we have a good time. You never know what you're going to get. And, we talk about heavy stuff. So sometimes you got to talk about light stuff and things that are fun and all of that too. So we like to mix it up a bit. But yes, this weekend, I don't think I'll be live again tonight, but who knows? I mean, who knows? If the mood strikes me, I might pop on. I would love for you guys to send me in buzzwords that you want me to use for Chad Pizza. Okay. Chad Pizza is a game that I made up where you're just gonna use random buzzwords. So I say Chad, you have to say the first thing that pops in your head fast. Say pizza, same thing. But I want some like funny ones they can do with trials, they can do with, people we know in the community. I mean, it could be anything, but email me because I made an email. And if you guys can think of some, or even like a little sentence, same thing. First thing that pops up when you say it. So I know you guys are so creative, probably more creative than me. And email me. I posted it in my YouTube as a post. What the email is. Don't ask me because I don't have it at this moment. But you can also DM me if you're on Twitter or whatever. But we're going to be doing that sometimes. I don't know when. I haven't been able to get in touch with people. I need to reach out to the other Mary B to see about her coming on because I think she'd be great for that one. And so tomorrow, I found out I will be on at 6:00 with Defense Diaries. If you're not following Defense Diaries, they have a fantastic YouTube show. They stream all kinds of trials. Texas. Girl, those are okay. So I've never ate Twizzlers like while streaming before, and there is no like ladylike way to eat those, and then they get stuck in your teeth, and you're like making all these faces trying to get out. Oh my god, it's awful. Anyways, yes, highly recommend if anyone has not tried these Twizzlers filled twists raspberry. These are fire and you need them. So I'm anxious to hear how you like them. Lolly, and you're welcome. That's too funny. Yes. So Defense Diaries, they're a law tube. So they're both attorneys, a husband and wife duo. They're really cute. They're like relationship goals and they stream together and they're very passionate about what they're passionate about. So if they're passionate about something, they're going to talk about it. They're going to share their thoughts on it and they're not going to hold back. And I love that about them. So they're doing a 12-hour fundraising stream tomorrow starting at 10 a.m. Central Time. So it's 11 a.m. Eastern Time. And they've got like an all-star cast, like David Yannetti, Melanie Little, I think Andrea Burkhart, Broken Baker is going to be on there. Lauren Conlon, Mark Betterow. I mean, just name it, like you name them and they've got them. It's very similar matchup, but more people than Aiden's. But very similar kind of caliber mashup that they have going on. And so I will be on there at 6:00 in the evening. So I found that out. So if you guys can tune in, that'd be awesome. It'll be a good show regardless. And if you're in a position to donate, I guess I should tell you who it's for, right? So it's for Aaron Spencer, the guy who unalived the person who repeatedly raped his 14-year-old daughter and was currently out awaiting trial for that raping of his daughter and basically abducted her from their house at night. And they found out like she was gone. They went and looked in her room. She wasn't there. He went out looking for her. The wife called the police and he came upon his truck, like very close to their property, and he saw his daughter in the truck. The guy would not pull over, get, whatever. He was told to stay away from her, but there was no order that he couldn't come within a certain feet of her. It's very shady. The guy is also former law enforcement connected to the town. Really shady corruption stuff going on there. But anyways, after chasing him for like I think 6 miles, he's former military. He performed a pit maneuver and spun his truck, and he got him off of the road, and then he came out, and I believe the guy had like a gun or something like that. Anyways, so did Aaron Spencer. They were in the country that everyone carries. And he shot him because he was going to kill him. And more than that, he was going to hurt that child more so than just the grape. They found out after the fact he graped her that night that he took her. But not only that, he was the only witness she was the only witness that could testify against him as to what he did to her. So the likelihood of him not only graping her that night, but ending her life was great. And so anyways, instead of like being like, oh my God, this guy is completely a monster. He's awaiting trial on this. He's still going to abduct this girl again and do it again. Like, sir, you're a hero. Instead of that, no. They charge him with murder. Okay. So Aaron Spencer, being the badass that he is, not only pleads not guilty, but then he said, F it, I'm running for mayor. I'm running for mayor of this town, and I'm going to change some things because this is messed up. And he has a really good shot at winning. He won like the first part of it or something. Anyways, but yeah, he's fighting for his life. He needs defense attorneys and he needs all of that. And so Allie and Bob have been talking about this case since it happened. Yeah, Rhonda knows. Yeah, they're awesome. And oh yeah, not mayor. My God. See, I need sleep. Sheriff. He's running for sheriff. Thank you, Priscilla. Yes. And then there was a dash cam in the truck, right? That would have had everything. And the dash cam footage, the SIM card was lost. They just don't have it. Isn't that something? We've seen that in a million other cases. Yeah. It's real shady. And again, this man is, in my opinion, a hero, because if someone had done that to my child, yeah, you better believe it. And to be honest, I mean, he chased this guy to try to get him to pull over for 6 miles. Like, I feel like that shows some restraint. He also, that he was out. They're trying to say that this was like a premeditated, like, vigilante thing or whatever. The guy was out for months, awaiting trial, out on bail. So if that's the case, he could have easily hunted him down immediately when he got out. Yeah, it's just not the case. This guy was a concerned father. His daughter was being, groomed and graped for a while, and then now she's missing out of her room at night. Yeah. So anyways, it's disgusting. So they're doing a 12-hour fundraiser for him. And also his wife will be joining them too, which is awesome. They're going to go up there for the trial and be boots on the ground. The judge was very crooked, and she got thrown off of the case due to some issues with that. They'll explain everything tomorrow. And I'm sure they'll go into details about things. So if you don't know the case, you're going to want to be at Defense Diaries tomorrow at 11 Eastern. And you'll hear all about it and hear from great legal minds and commentators and, creators and all that stuff that they're going to have on all day. And it'll be a good time. They're pretty entertaining as well. You'll like them. Anyways, that's a really good fund. So if you're in a position to donate, do that. I mean, it's the man. I can't even imagine what he's going through. So, what is this? Did I hear that the lawyers were shot at outside the courthouse today in North Carolina? No. Might be a good case to watch. Lawyers are expected to be okay. Suspect is in custody. Oh, wow. Do we know what what kind of lawyers. Are they family law attorney lawyers? I know that's the most dangerous type of attorney you can be because of situations like that. Do we have any information on that? That's terrible, and I'm glad that everyone's okay. That's why literally when we talk about like Lori Mullins and people like Miss Hess that represent Kelsey Fitzsimmons, not only are they a badass in the courtroom, but they're just a badass because they do the most dangerous kind of law, and you never know what a disgruntled parent or whatever is going to do. And this is, in all seriousness, something that can happen. And so, yeah, we just so much respect for that type of lawyer, all lawyers in general, but that especially. Let's see. Yeah, he won the primaries for sheriff. Thank you, Lily. Yeah, I was mayor. I was way off. Let's Spencer Pratt. Let's do it the mayor thing. Yeah, exactly. And this is the issue. Is messed up that the guy was on the street after doing what he did. He had no business being out. But because of who he was and the connections that he had in that county, he got like a slap on the wrist, and apparently he's been doing this for many, many years before this, because after this case, other girls came out and said, yeah, he did the same thing to me in this other state or county or whatever. And then he like somehow moved, that girl moved, and then he moved very close to her. It was very creepy. Anyways, it's a pattern, which, you know, we know with people like that, it is. It doesn't just stop. It's not one and done. It's never like that. And the fact that they're charging him is disgusting. So, boop, boop, boop. Just saying thanks for everyone being here. Yes, we appreciate it. Hero indeed. Yes. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. But anyways, the judge was, yes, we are still live. It's been 5.5, almost 5.5 hours. The judge was not allowing cameras in the courtroom. She wasn't allowing like any kind of fair motions. It was a whole bunch of stuff. I forget even what all the details was with the judge. It was just a lot of favoritism, that, you know, friends, small town kind of stuff, right? And because of some stuff, she got thrown off the case, thankfully, or removed or something. Maybe it wasn't even she was thrown off the case. Maybe it was because she moved to a different type of law. I don't know. Somebody, if you remember, feel free to throw it in the chat. Good night, Rhonda. What part of Arkansas was he in? I cannot remember. I'm not sure. Yeah, the guy was 67 and the girl was 14 at the time. So we have a new judge now. People were pulling up videos and stuff. He seems pretty reasonable, but I'm not 100% sure that they're going to allow cameras even now. People have thought that it's going to be a long shot. So I think that Allie and Bob will be going to do I can't remember. Does anyone remember? Lonoke, Arkansas. I was like, it's on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, Lonoke. I believe that they're going to be doing boots on the ground and being kind of like our eyes and ears in the courtroom, since cameras are not guaranteed to be in. And so that's fantastic. So anyways, go show them support on Saturday, tomorrow. Then on Sunday, hi Veda. On Sunday, I will be at Maz's house at 6 p.m. on Sunday as well, because he is going to be doing a fundraiser for Kelsey. And I know, I'm not sure who else is going to be on that. I know that Lori will be there as well. So I'll be joining them as we try to get the funds up for Kelsey. She's still having to pay for, you know, that person who has to be there for her supervised visitations. It's expensive and all of that. And she's got to do that for another month before she can have visitation with her son and just her family. So we're going to be trying to raise some more money for her on Sunday. And we always have a great time when we do the fundraisers for Kelsey anyway. So that'll be a good time as well. So I want to do the Chad Pizza game, but it in all likelihood may not happen this weekend. It may happen whenever I have another night, a free night. And that way I have a little bit more time to prepare questions and stuff like that. So, but yes, lots to check out this weekend. And that's just with me. I mean, there's other creators who are doing stuff, but I know a lot of the creators will be making, I think Misdemeanor is going on. Let me just get the list. I know that they kept adding more people. Yes, Lori's awesome. She's amazing. That's right. Carol is one of the guests as well. That's why I was like, maybe just look it up because there's so many. Judge or former Judge Carol Erskine will be on as well. I know I'm going to be on with a crime scene investigator from Atlanta. Possibly Mike King, who I know well, Mike King. But that's not 100% sure. But let's see. Let me pull it up because they have quite the all-star panel. So lots to keep you busy. There's a lot of okay, let's see. Okay, 2 hours ago. All right. I think they've added people since here, so I'm just gonna. Oh yeah, and Jimmy, Auntie Deb will be there. I was gonna say I'm pretty sure there's other people in our community that will be there as well. So Auntie Deb will be there. Heather Spencer, so that's Aaron's wife. Melanie Little, Ian Runkle. We love our uncle too. And he's been getting shit on online, which makes me angry. Like, leave Runkle alone. Like, who doesn't like Runkle? Okay, so that's crazy. Oh Lord, sorry, just got a text. Okay, I'll read that later. Cheryl McCollum, she is a crime scene investigator out of Atlanta. She also has a podcast. Mike O'Brien from Justice Served TV, Lauren Conlin, LA Magazine. You see her on a lot of channels doing great reporting. Nick Starvo, we know probably him. Broken Baker. Mel, I'm not a lawyer, but so anyways, Mel and Rebecca from their YouTube stream, why am I blanking on it? I like that stream a lot. Mel and Rebecca Lavoie from Something's Off. Okay, here we go. David Yannetti, our bowl of spaghetti, he is going to be there. Mark Betterow, the mighty one, he's there. Everyone's going to be there because he's so great. Sean Martin he's a defense attorney from I don't know if it's his channel or podcast, but Potentially Criminal. Mike King, criminal investigator, profiling evil podcast. I know Mike Well, have been on with him several times and met him in person on Court TV. He's a nice guy. Brandy Churchwell, she has the 13th Juror podcast. She's also a sweetie. Mel, I'm not a lawyer, is not the Mel I was thinking, but the Mel I was thinking, Mel Barrett and Rebecca Lavoie are going to be there as well. So I don't know who this other Mel is, but she will be there. Kristen Kay, I don't know her either. Kat Nott Williams, so we know her. She's a streamer, content creator. And then Janet Misdemeanor. Andrew Baldwin, who is or was Richard Allen's attorney for the Delphi case, will be joining them. Bob and Allie are also big into the Delphi case and were like some original OGs on that case. Also, their boots on the ground in person for that trial that was also televised and kept from the public for specific reasons of nefarious things going on with that town and horrific judge. I'm still convinced that judge is related to Kathleen McCarthy Naiman from Kelsey Fitzsimmons, because she is just along those lines. Like, she makes Bev look decent. Okay, this is bad. Sunny Slaughter, she's a legal analyst. She was on Court TV a lot. Retired judge Carol Erskine, Tony Bruschi, and Robin Drakey. They're from the Hidden Killers podcast, retired FBI. Bob Ruff, Truth and Justice podcast, private investigator, your girl, Lauren Katie. True Crime Mama, who's a content creator, Jimmy Auntie Deb, and then more special guests to be announced. So that is quite the lineup, and they're adding people to that even more all the time. So they're working really hard on it. So pop in, tell them I sent you, say hello, subscribe. They're great show over there, and they really are really good with their chat too, which is awesome. They get to know people and like very much include them in their presentations, as Kazi would say. So yeah, good stuff. And I think, I'm not sure, I know Will was going to try to be on there. I'm not sure if he's available, but like that's another possible person that I know of personally that might be there. I don't know. I think it just depends on his schedule. But anyways, there'll be a lot of familiar faces and then some new ones who I'm excited that I've don't know about. And so yeah, it'll be good. Let's see. Just like when the Massachusetts State Police said that there was ring footage of Karen hitting John. Yes. That just made everyone not interested in her case because obviously she's guilty, and if it's on video, yeah, exactly. That kind of thing. Yeah. Exactly. Saying things that they don't have the proof for, and then we find out there's nothing. Or was there? Well, we don't know. But yes. Yeah, they're jealous of Runkle's hair, clearly, and his subscriber counts. Like, what are we doing? Like, I can't. Just everyone be nice. It's really crazy stuff. Runkle's great. He's such a giver. He has like a fundraiser for like children every year. And he's just a good dude. And so that makes me angry. But they were very first YouTube membership I purchased. Are you talking about Defense Diaries? Fantastic. Kat Randall said that statement on the ring tampered with the whole jury pool. Yeah. And even we know like some of people like Aiden Carney who got this whole case out there for everyone to see. He thought that was the case too and was like, nothing to see here. It's on camera. That's a terrible, what a terrible night and accident, and then turns out it was this whole other thing. Okay, it was Defense Diaries. Oh, that's great. You should tell them that. They'll love that. Yeah, they're really good people. And it should be a really good time. Like I like how like they're not fake. Okay. They're just who they are and they don't care. Like they're just unapologetically them, and they're just good people. And then they're funny also. So it makes for a good time. And you need that and that kind of energy and personality on a 12-hour stream. So it should be a good time. But I will definitely see you guys over there. If you come over, I will be there at 6, but feel free to join all day and support because there's going to be such awesome guests. I don't know what time Baker is going on. But I'm sure he'll post what time he's going on so you can see him too. And Auntie Deb and all of that. So thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. It was a long one, but we did it. And we also, hold on, why is it doing this? Okay. Why is it doing that? Oh, okay. I was going to say, I think something. Zach, thank you so much. Zach sends a super chat and says, just a little tip for the trial. Thank you so much, Zach. And we were glad that you joined us today. Hopefully it lifted your spirits a little. There's lots to stay busy on YouTube with tonight. The Expert has Friday Night Live, and that's always a good time. Usually it's Baker joins at some point, and then Bahala Awaits Volstorm and Mo on the Deep End and some other people. You never know who's gonna pop in. That's a good time. So if you are looking for something to do tonight, I highly suggest going over there, giving them a like and subscribe. He's great people, and so is everyone that's in that live as well. And then yeah, there's a lot to keep you busy. Zach, I know you know because you're always there. So you know that. But for the people who don't, go over there tonight. I will see you guys probably in the chat over there. And if I'm feeling crazy, I might pop back on at some point to talk about who knows. There's no telling. I'm trying to stay away from Twitter a little bit because there's so much going on that I'm like, okay, just keep your mouth shut and bite your tongue. So who knows? But yes, it'll be a good weekend of YouTube streams. Also, don't forget to go outside and get some sunshine if you can. It's good to touch grass. And I'm off Monday because of the holiday. So I plan on going to the beach and working on my tan some more, doing some snorkeling, some shelling. So that's when I'm going to be getting my like beach fix. So you guys don't forget to take care of yourself, your mental health, go outside, take the dog for a walk, go for a run, whatever you enjoy. Take care of yourself because it's not healthy to be on Twitter and on YouTube like all day, every day. So we love it, but we got to take little breaks. So anyways, thanks so much for being here and sticking around with me for the trial. I hope you enjoyed it. Very happy that Skyler is free. I will definitely be. Oh, thank you so much. Peace Geek also sends a super chat and says, following Zach's lead. Thank you so much. I very much appreciate it. And it means a lot to me, guys, that you guys are here. I know it's hard to find time for me to do these longer streams with the trial. So I know it was a little break in between the first half when we started this trial and this half. So I thank you guys for being patient with me until I could get a day where I could put forth a block of time to finish it. But it's a good trial and lots of things to learn from it, I feel like anyways. But thank you so much for being here, you guys. And I will see you guys tomorrow at 6:00, Defense Diaries, and then Sunday, 6:00 on Mazza Media. So we are going to be raising some funds and helping some people out. That's what it's all about. If you can do that, always do it. So it helps you feel better too. Like it's a win-win. Helps the people out, and then it also in turn it gives you a good feeling and a good night's sleep as well. So it's a win-win, and I will see you guys. I love you all. Thank you so much. Welcome to the new members. I'm working on merch. Okay, got some merch stuff on the way. Trying to make some fun shirts and things. So be on the lookout of that. I'm working on that. And I'm also working on a couple of some fun guests that I think you guys might enjoy. So hang tight. Some new things are coming and should be fun here. So thank you guys for being here and spending the day with me. Love you all very much. And I will see you in experts chat tonight for Friday Night Live. All right, guys. Bye.